Hey everyone, my name's Brian. That is supposed to be my brother Adam. Let me... I will fix that in a second. We're the Factional Fight brothers. We're back in Wurm. We're excited to be here. And yes, it is 100% Adam. Let me see what I can do.
What happened there?
There he is. He's really
Hey,
close to his
there.
camera. How are you doing, Adam? Just
Good, doing good. If I'm that close, I could probably fix that.
Yeah, and as Adam's fixing that, how's everyone doing today? And how's everyone doing this week? The last week in Worm, it's been 1 week since we streamed. Hey everybody, who we have so far? Esham, Seren, Admiral Myth, Reaganation, Piandeo, Catspur, Cranking, Perihelion. How is everyone doing? I mean, we're back in Wurm. We've been playing all week, and we have so many cool things that happened this week, and hopefully a lot of cool things happen for you guys this week too. We want to show you guys around our deed. We've been doing a bunch of work on the deed. We've been doing a bunch of work on our skills, and we have the chessboard, which we started last week, to complete. I know last week we were decided to do some surface mining on the chessboard area, and that ended up taking pretty much the stream. I believe, Adam, you finished that the next day.
Yeah,
I think we finished it all the next day, and we said, okay, we'll wait and to do anything else, and then in this stream we'll put the dirt back down, and then we'll build the chessboard. So if 100% sure by the end of this stream we will have a somewhat working chessboard for our chess match at the, I'm guessing, end of this month or third week of this month. But yeah, let's start. Like, what has been going on this last week? What has been going on with you, Adam?
been doing a lot of worming, that's for sure. As well, in real life, work has started up, so I'm gonna have a lot less time to play. But in terms of worming, I know that we were spending a lot of time over at Katz's deed, doing some surface mining and getting that kingdom castle all on the way.
Yeah, we did an entire day doing the kingdom and working on that. That was really fun. We could take a look at that if anybody's interested. What has everybody been up to in the last week or so in Wurm? And hey, Amethyst, what do you mean by you have not locked your stream channel?
And the weekly mystery face comes out.
Oh, we have not. Interesting.
Oh yeah, we're not in the regular one that we normally are in.
We are in, we do have 2 stream channels. So, yeah, I'm a rooster.
Nice.
Talking about roosters, one of the things that I did this week is I went and tamed myself a pet rooster to get a journal entry, and he was a very nice rooster. I put him in the house and he was there for quite a few days, and then one day I was in the game and I start hearing my rooster screaming in agony, and I don't know why. And to the point when I got there, my rooster was dead. And it turns out, I don't know if you want to finish this story, Adam.
Well, it turns out the hell horses were feeling a little bit nippy, I think. Because as I entered into the house, it attacked. I really thought it attacked you. So I turned it away, but I guess it just one-shotted the rooster, because
my rooster was dead because
yeah.
Adam brought in his hell horses. And then I'm assuming that you took care of the body.
I just did right now. Yeah. Now we got some feathers from the rooster. I wonder what are feathers for? I don't even know.
Well, if you want to find that out, you just go to the Wurmpedia.
Yeah, that's kind of interested to know.
There we go. And feathers. A feather from some bird looks like it would float well. Ah,
Oh,
there you
amethyst
go.
is
It's a
also saying
float for fishing.
fishing. And Pyron, you would think fletching, but arrows don't actually need feathers in this game. Time to make a coffin. Yeah. Yeah, no, arrows don't need feathers. They just need a...
Yeah. Well, at least according to Wurmpedia, it's definitely for fishing. It's a float for fishing. Obtained through butchering. Yeah, so part of the new fishing system, I gather. All right. So in saying that, what are some of the things that have been going on in our deed? We have been doing a lot of terraforming. I basically went around and terraformed this whole area that once had Pyro's boat sitting on it. I think his boat was over here, and I pushed this area back as far as I could go, or as far as I was willing to go, and started a little house here. I'm not sure of the size or the area, but we'll see how it goes. I really, to be honest, just wanted to complete one stone wall so that I could get my journal 1 hour of sleep bonus.
we could spend some time and get all this down, although I guess not with that house there now.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I did not really want to.
Okay.
I wanted it to be different levels. So, and there should be a level that's much higher because we do own land out to about there. And so we'll see how that goes. I wouldn't mind a high level that we can get to through bridges. You got Willow's house, who has completed her first floor. And yeah, it looks pretty nice, and looks like she wants to do a second floor, which is good. Ooh, you really got to fix that the blood animation triggering off. Looks like I got hurt going up and down the ladder there.
I get that all the time, moving between perspectives.
Yeah.
Typical says, I would want to visit and watch your chess game live, but chess doesn't sound very exciting. Or live chess doesn't sound very exciting.
Well, what's great is that we will be streaming it. You don't have to join it live.
Yeah.
Unless you want to be on the stream. We'll see how that goes. But what else did we do? I started not really leveling this area. So our deed goes out into about where this mine entrance starts. And so I haven't really leveled this area or know what I want to do up there. You've been doing a lot in this mine. I guess just opening up different paths that basically ended up leading nowhere. That's what
they all I'm not leading anywhere. I'm trying to open it all up. But essentially I'm
veins.
My plan
is what you're saying.
I know no veins. It's not what I was going to say though, but yes, we have no veins. It's insanity how very few veins we have. But I was going to make this ramp go really down, like down. And
yeah,
that way it can get down to where the water is, and we'll punch out a hole. You can show that.
So this is what I was working on. So I wanted this little area to be our boat mine. I had to make a decision here. So this was not high enough. It's like, yeah, it was basically not high enough. So what I was wanting to do is just surface mine this down and make this tile the one that we'll swim into. I wonder how low I can get this one. Not be the most fun to do, but that'll be for a future time.
Yeah.
But that's the goal. This one would be our entrance, and it'll just be for a few of our boats to sit in, which would be nice.
So I don't know if you noticed, but one of the paths, if you hang a right after you enter the mine, goes down and curls back, and it's already set up to punch out from the inside. So once we're ready, like with the outside, and the outside is exactly how we want it, we can just mine it out from there.
I think I put down my lantern somewhere, but you're talking about this one here.
Yeah, if you go down this way. Here, I'll turn on my lantern.
Ah. Okay. Oh,
So here's where the
slate
water
here.
is. Yeah, we have slate. Luckily, not where we want to
Nice.
open up the mine. But it's somewhere. It's actually like somewhere here. Like one. We'll have to double count it, but it's either this one straight that way, 2 tiles or 3 tiles out, depending on.
Okay.
Which one?
Yeah, we can count it. That's not a problem.
Yeah, we'll have to spend some time counting. But yeah, we have slate, which I'm happy about.
Yep.
I actually had to dig mine down here because the ceiling wouldn't, like, I couldn't mine straight because the rock is too low there. So I mined down.
Yeah.
No, I knew that I was going to go into the water, but there was really no choice. I knew there was a slate there because of my analyze, and I'm like, I gotta find that slate. So I punched out a few just to find it.
Well, thanks guys for the baby cams. This baby face cam. This early in the stream.
Yeah. And hey, Zetran, how's it going? Zetran is one of the newer members of the Valray Entertainment Network, along with Serene, actually. Both were recently inducted into the Valray Entertainment Network.
Yeah, that's awesome, guys. It's been a while, I think, since there's been a lot of movement in that that program, and there's, I guess the last month has been crazy, the amount of people that have been streaming it and the amount of interest that has been put onto the game. It's kind of crazy that
what's the shout out command?
SO, I think.
Oh, you changed it.
I might have changed it.
Okay, so
and good morning, Bunt Funk.
Serene and Zetran.
Yeah, so you can kind of see the way that we're going with this deed. It's going to just be different tiers leading down. We do have a bunch of dirt, and we want to use it to make the deed a little wider into the water, because we do own a bunch of the water here, and that'll give us some
tiers.
Ability to have different tiers. Although, really, we don't have the need on this property to make a whole bunch of houses. It's just not what we need. We've done it before. We've made all the different types of deeds, and the best kind of deed is the utility one, the one where we're all close together, so that no matter what, we have everything that we need close by. And that was sort of the purpose of this house. Right? If I'm going to do some carpentry and I'm going to make all these wood scraps, I don't need to take those wood scraps, bring it all the way across the deed to Adam's smithing area just to drop down the wood scraps for his forge. So we're kind of like, we're right next to each other. And you can see we kind of placed a bunch of stuff on top of each other just based on room. And what I think we'll end up doing is we'll end up building at least another house, but we'll move a bunch of this stuff so that we can have just a little more space. And I know he wants more space than these 2 forges. I'm sure it would be nice. And then I've got a bunch of skills that I would like to do. I don't know how how you guys make your little areas for the professions, if you guys separate them into different buildings. I know we did that before, where you combine everything that you do into one building. Do you want to be able to stand in one spot and be able to do everything that you need to do? Do you have different separate rooms within the same building for all the professions and stuff that you do? I'm curious to know how do people handle this sort of part of Wurm? So we now have a crate rack and a large storage unit. Our larder, what happened in Wurm it's been a week, and yet winter came and winter left.
Yep.
Just, was it yesterday?
Yep. Just yesterday. Or it was just this morning, I think. I logged in. Yesterday was winter. And this morning I logged in and it was spring already.
Yeah, do people think that winter is too short now? Because before, everybody complained that it was too long. Right? Oh, thanks so much for that bit cheer, Neoris. Norias.
Norias? Yeah.
Nioris.
Thanks for the bits.
Is it
Nioris?
Neoris? Nioris?
Oh, right. It's not Norias. It's Neoris. Yeah.
I'm sure we're going to get people saying that it's too long and people are saying it's too short. And before, it was just as long as all the other seasons when it first came out. And people thought that was too long. And so to compensate, they made it extremely short.
Right. People hated winter before because the way that the lighting worked before was like, it was just really bad. Like winter was blinding to the eyes. But now I'd say that with the new normal mapping and the new volumetric lighting and the winter looks nice. And I vote that they extend it a little bit.
I mean, or should they extend winter, or should they reduce the other seasons so that the cycle happens quicker or more often, but each one is shorter? Because summer is extremely long. Because I don't think that they just reduced winter. I believe at the same time they increased summer.
Yeah, yeah. They definitely took away from summer and gave it to took away from winter and gave it to summer. That's for sure.
Yeah,
there's no way they're
if
gonna
they
change the cycle. The years are, the worm year is kind of set, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
All tied to the harvests and everything.
Right. And it just makes it now. I mean, with winter actually requiring things like snowballs or I like the idea of different seasons requiring you to you can only get that item during that season, like snowballs. And I wish they did that a bit more. Like not just the harvest seasons, but just make seasons have different things that they could collect. And so, yeah, we spent the time, we have a larder, so we spent the time filling up our ice box, hoping that these snowballs last long enough for the next...
Bun says he didn't get enough ice for the larders. That's his main regret about the short winter.
Yeah. Yeah, the first day, we just went out, got all these snowballs, filled out a second shelf. I don't know if these are going to rot quicker or whatnot, but we'll see. We just want to make sure we have enough to keep our food going for the summer. Oh, Rick, you found lead just as winter ended. Oh, Casper, you didn't get all the snowballs you needed either? That sucks.
Or 99 quality ones. Oh.
All the 99 quality, yeah. I mean, that'll take a long time to get all the 99 quality ones.
Yeah, we did spend time swapping out some of the lower qualities for higher qualities, but yeah.
Yeah. And other things that we worked on. No, go ahead. What were you saying today?
Are ice boxes the only thing that you can keep snowballs in to sort of like keep them until the next winter? Like,
I guess
let's
if
say
you
I
had
wanted
a magic chest.
Okay, yeah, I guess a magic's chest. But if I wanted to store snowballs, would the only other option aside from a magic chest be another larder?
You can keep them in food boxes or another larder. And yes, magic chest is...
Magic chest, of course.
Yeah. Is the item that you get from the trader, costs silver, and everything inside of it does not rot.
And you can also get them from the Marks rewards.
Oh, that's right. And with Marks these days, isn't it? Yeah. And yeah, put backpacks or satchels in them or pottery bowls or whatever, and then fill them with snowballs, I'm sure. That would That would be good. They're great for rare items or anything that you just have to, you don't want to leave outside and have rot.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Alright,
So other
so-
things that we did. I worked on a bunch of skills. Did you work on a bunch of skills this week?
I
at
did
all?
work on a bunch of skills. Yes.
Anybody have any accomplishments that they had this week in Wurm? This week, I got a number of accomplishments that I wanted to achieve. The first one is, I believe it was this week, I finally got body strength to 23, which unlocked the ability for me to get to load and unload items. And the reason it took me so long is because everything I was doing gave me no body strength. Like every skill.
Right.
I chose every skill that gave no body strength. And then eventually I started doing stuff again, like doing wood cutting again, which we can't do that often here because we don't have enough trees. Started doing mining based on the surface mining kingdom project, and I started getting, like, my mining is almost at 27.85, and like I don't want to do mining. Like that's not a skill that that I want at all, and yet it's that high. And I just started doing things, and finally it went up to 23. It's almost 24 now. But my actual accomplishment is I finally got fine carpentry to 50. So that was a big one. Yeah, I was wanting to work on a number of skills. Fine carpentry was one of them to hit 50.
Mhm.
The other one I wanted to get was masonry to 50. So I finally got masonry to 50. Oh my god, dude, Jensen, what was that? Thank you so much for that sub.
Yeah, dude, Jensen.
It says they
thank you.
subscribed for 15 months. That's crazy. Yeah, so masonry 50. that was one I was really pushing for, and I thought if I was gonna do masonry, then I'm gonna level it up through stone cutting. So I also got stone cutting to 50. So I wanted to make sure. Yeah, because if you're going to do stone cutting, or if you're going to do masonry, stone cutting raises masonry while you do stone cutting. So you're basically getting a 2-for-1. Kind of like, and it's actually even more so than carpentry and fine carpentry. So yes, carpentry goes up while fine carpentry goes up, but not nearly as much as stone cutting and masonry. They almost go up equally while doing stone cutting.
Cool.
And the way that I did that, just if anybody was wanting to raise stone cutting or masonry, is I just created a scrap ton of grindstones. I think I have 40 grindstones in here. And I just basically started leveling them. And at least for me, I didn't have to worry so much because Adam's the miner. He can get the rocks for me that I needed. And what you did is you got your mining past 50. So that you could get me the rock shards that I needed to grind these grindstones.
Yeah, so I've been working a lot on my mining. I've gotten it to almost 57. It's getting there.
And am I the one that's going to get to masonry 99? Is it masonry that we need to get to 99? Is that how it works? Or is it paving? Or is it carpentry? I thought carpentry was the how large you can make the thing. To go up, it depends on the floors, doesn't it?
It depends on the floor type, right? So
and the floor type.
If it's stone floors, then you'll need masonry. But if it's wood floors, you'll need carpentry.
I thought it was paving. If it's stone floors, you need paving. Unless that changed since they came in. Yeah, because I remember having to grind that back in Autumn Twilight. But that was 7 years ago, so I...
Well, now there's
I haven't gone that far up.
There's a good way of grinding paving now, with imping cat's eyes.
Oh, is it? Yeah, so that's new, because before I was creating floors was like the best way to do paving. Floors in a house was like amazing.
Just going back a little bit in the comments, Amethyst was saying, what if you could create those snowmen and generate snowballs? And they can generate snowballs. And a crafted version of snowmen would give 10 snowballs per quality until they would decay away.
Magical
10 snowballs.
snowmen.
Yeah, like those magical snowmen.
So we do have
That'd be
those
cool if you
magical
could create
snowmen
them.
on the as the gift
Old
for.
servers.
It was a Christmas
It's a
gift,
Christmas gift.
right?
Yeah.
So, but I think a lot of people, there are people that didn't like them just because of the immersion breaking, or just weird to see a magical snowman in Worm. And then
In
there's people
summer.
that love them because they actually give you
Yeah.
something. Would you want to see the ability to make a magical snowman? Let's say you create a snowman that decays, but then maybe like a certain kind of priest spell would enchant it to last longer. So then it produces snowballs longer.
I don't know. I honestly just think that they need
That'd
to
be
come up with some
interesting.
way of integrating the gifts that were given out over the years
Into the new servers?
into the new servers.
So why would you say they needed that?
I mean, okay, it's not that it's needed, but it's kind of like a on my wish list sort of thing. I want it because there are some of
Yeah.
those items that are just really either cute or valuable or nice, and like spyglasses, for example. I know that spyglasses are coming when we hit the 1 year mark, I'm sure, if everything works the same way as it should. But there's just some of those items are really nice to have, and it just is a shame that there's no way of getting them on the old servers, like the snowman.
I think that like if we were really going to look at, hey, let's head over to the chessboard so we can get started there. But if we were really going to integrate the gifts that they gave out over the last whatever 10, 15 years or whatever it is, I mean, they were gifts. They were gifts for the time period. There's no like I don't have any need for them on the new servers, in the sense that I'm not expecting the devs to be like, oh well, they exist on the old server, so therefore they should exist on the newer server cluster.
But what about how like the Santa hats, for example? Like, wouldn't it be nice to just have a Santa hat to be wearing during the the holidays? And it just
not really. In the sense, okay, so looks like Pyro's been doing a lot of work on his house, because that was not done the last time I came by. Oh, I do like that house design.
Like, it just
and
seems
it's
like there's
overlooking everything.
having no way of having that Santa hat just limits.
What's wrong
the
with
amount
not
of,
having the Santa hat?
Wurm needs more. What do you call it? More cosmetic items, not.
And thanks
to
for the
take the ones we
follow-up,
have
Rocker.
and just limit them.
Because
Yeah, thanks for the follow.
Okay, so it was a reward. Yes, and thank you, Typical. I needed to get my grumpy face on because I'm about to get really grumpy here. They were rewards that were part of just a celebration of the time. They're not really part of the game. They can't be classified as part of the game. They had to be classified for some kind of seasonal reward that came out during a particular time period. And so if your goal is to try to make more variety in the items, the solution isn't to bring celebratory items into the game on the new server. The solution should be for them to create the variety that we can craft within the game. That's the solution
that would be
I would want to
nice.
see. I would be really not happy if all they
Totally.
did was bring the celebratory items into the northern server.
But I would be not happy if they did none of it. You know what I mean? Like, it would be worse if they didn't bring in the old items and they didn't create new ones. And the chances of seeing a massive overhaul in terms of cosmetic items in this game is going to be slim to none. Like, I would say that we would at best hope for them to trickle them in one at a time like they have been over the years.
I'm fine with Okay, would people be happy if on the new servers they decided, we are going to this year make it so everybody for Christmas gets the gnome?
You mean like this Christmas we
Okay.
get the gnome, and next Christmas we get the Santa hat, and then Christmas after?
So now they could do it this way, where you get
Only
you
if we get
get
the music.
only if you get the music. Yeah, unfortunately, only if you could cast that music, and it was only if you could only hear it yourself on your client, and not anybody else could hear it. But but here's the kicker, okay? Yes, the gnome would be great, but how about, so one scenario is they make the gnome available for everybody, both servers, everywhere, right? Everybody's on even ground. Everybody gets another gnome on the old servers or gets a gnome on the new server. If you only played on the old server, what would you think? Would you be like, oh crap, another gnome? Would you be like, yeah, another gnome? Let's switch the gnome out. Let's make that the Santa hat.
Okay, if
The
let's say all
Santa
of a
hat's
sudden we
the
got
prize.
like we got another Santa hat as the gift, is that what you're saying? Like my old
Yes.
character on the old servers got a Santa hat.
Everybody
this
gets Santa hats this Christmas.
So wouldn't that feel a little bit?
Oh, I went the wrong way, didn't I?
That's like it's almost like regifting, you know? Like
Regifting. Okay, yeah.
it's like what we got
But it's
last
not
time.
regifting on the new servers.
Right, it's not regifting on the new servers. You're right. Like if we got Santa hats on the new servers, I'd be happy. That's actually kind of what I'm arguing for. Is
Yeah, that's what you're
need
wanting.
a-
You want the Santa
we
hat.
need a way
So then
to
the
get
other
access
scenario
to
is
the old
this.
one. Yeah.
The other scenario is this. We get Santa hats on the new servers as the gift, and the old servers
Okay.
gets a new gift that we don't get. There's another scenario. Would you be happy with
Right.
that?
Maybe. Maybe.
No, this would be like the worst solution, and it would be the worst solution because there'd be so much complaining that
Right.
why do they get that item and we get this item? Now you're starting to get. So here's another solution. Here's another scenario. We get a Santa hat and the new item on the new cluster, and the old cluster just gets the new item. Now, are you happy with that solution?
Maybe.
No, you're
I don't
not,
know.
because
People are not.
because they're going to
Yeah, people are gonna
complain.
be upset.
Why are they getting two items, and the old server we're just getting one item? Like, there's no solution to this unless you're just wanting them to give out these items on the new cluster for whatever the reason you want to make up. But then that wouldn't even be a good solution, because then the question is, well, why does the new cluster get these items that were celebratory items years ago and the old cluster doesn't? So then the solution could potentially be, well, why don't we just give all of these items, these celebratory items, out to everybody throughout the year? For everybody, every server.
Casper has an interesting idea. It's like
Mhm.
the way they implemented seasonal gifts in Ultima Online was that each year one more new item was added to the mix, and you could choose the one you wanted.
Every single year.
Every single
From a
year.
pool.
So like, from a pool of all the gifts that have been given out.
So that might be good. They pool together all of the items. Here's the problem with that I can see in this game. That would be great. Like, I actually really like that idea. But the problem is that there were some items that were so much more useful than other items.
Right.
Idea would be like Santa hat versus what did we get? We got like a bag one year. Was it a bag?
Okay. No, the bag was a special anniversary gift. And Serene had mentioned earlier, there's so many comments that matter keeping up with them. But Serene was saying stuff for example, the question mark backpack satchel should stay rare items, but she misses her spyglass.
Yeah, and then spyglass. I mean, you're pitting together a spyglass versus a Santa hat,
Right.
and
But of course,
so a
people
lot
who
of
already
the
have spyglasses will pick something that's maybe less useful, and people who haven't yet got their spyglass will probably pick the spyglass first.
or
I don't
you
see a
might
problem with
find
that.
that there's an item that is actually more useful if you had more than one. And so every year you can just choose that item or have, I don't know, premium alts and get like lots of this one item that you shouldn't be getting every single year, right? That would debalance the game if too many of these items came into the game. And it was okay at the time because they only knew that it was only available for this short time. So it would not debalance the game because of its limitation. And now you're saying every year you're going to be able to get another one of these and saturate the amount of this really debalanced item into the game. And so I love the idea.
like-
They would probably have to remove some of the items from that list. And then
Yeah,
because
Cass points out that the spyglass is also already going to come to the new servers through the...
yeah, so spyglass is a
Spyglass
bad example.
wasn't.
A bag of
Yeah, it
keeping is a
wasn't.
good example.
Okay, the bag of keeping, I think, could be left out of this
Yeah, like
bit.
like
I
you
think
would have
once
to
they started doing cosmetic items, like
You'll
starting
go,
from the
that's
gnome.
right.
Yeah, you'll go.
So all of the items available should be equal, right? So they should all be some sort of item that represented that year that did not bring new functionality. So some sort of item you can hang in your house or something should be the ones available moving forward in like a giant list of things that you can get. Yeah, and that's all.
Actually,
if they did that, that would be the perfect solution. Yeah.
The bag of keeping is a special item that was given out really early on in the game. What it does is it's actually a very, very small bag. I think it's probably smaller than a satchel even, or it might be the same size as a satchel. But the idea is that whatever's inside of it stays with you when you die. That's all it does. It doesn't prevent decay. It doesn't it's not. It's like a small little bag that anything in it, if you die, it just stays in the bag with you. And the reason why it's very valuable is because of keep stuff protected, I guess.
Yeah. So let's take a look before we start the next conversation. What was the height that we wanted? How do we reestablish that?
Yeah. So
Is it
there's
this
a flat
corner?
tile.
This
Yeah,
corner.
Yeah. See that.
So this is the height that we want. So we're just going to drop dirt to make sure that we are this height. Now,
Yeah.
saying that, I'm assuming we have a lot of dirt here.
Yes, I'm currently
Alright.
loading it into my crates.
I will load it as well into my crate. So we can start that. And
And
Yeah.
you're a rooster.
yeah, I'm a rooster. It's my memorial for my rooster that got tragically mauled to death by some hell horses this week.
Yeah.
We all remember Rooster Jamie. Okay. While we wait for this oh wow, that didn't
Yeah.
actually take that long.
The
to
spyglass
get my...
used to be like the original spyglasses that were entered into the game came from I can't remember if it was a Christmas gift or if it was another gift of some kind. There have been so many rounds of gifts given out over the years, but it was very, very early on. And I remember when we first started, the only way of getting a spyglass was finding somebody who had gotten that gift during that early era of spyglasses.
That's right.
And then they more recently added it to the premium loyalty system, where if you're premium for, you know how you get these yellow potions every month? Well, at the 12-month mark, you'll get a spyglass. And I think that should still be in the game for the new servers as well. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it should still be there. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Actually, I don't even know what the height is supposed to be over here.
So far, so good. Guess I'll go down this row and bring everything back up so that we have some sort of row that's a template here.
I'm pretty sure this is the height if I go here like this.
Yeah, so Kat said, was the old spyglass any different than the one we're getting now?
Yes.
I don't.
But not in functionality. I think it was either the material or the quality. I think the new ones you get are quality 70, if I'm not mistaken, and the old ones were 90.
So,
but I don't
just
think
in
in
the
terms
quality.
of functionality. Yeah, I don't think functionally it works the same. I could be mistaken about that, actually. I don't know.
In saying that, Christmas is coming soon. What does everybody want to see in the game as the gift this year? Would you be disappointed if they gave out a gift that they gave out before? Let's leave that conversation behind. If it was a new item, what would you want to see? What would you want to see, Adam? Maybe
sure.
they'll watch and they'll take some of our suggestions into consideration. Best to do it now, since all right, anyone 90 wants a new community relations guy. How about if Retro just changed his name? Would that be considered a new guy?
Before we go too far, I kind of have a feeling I might have been wrong about that flat tile.
No, don't tell me that. Yes. Don't tell me everything I just did was a mess.
The problem is that just as I covered it, my client crashed, so I couldn't confirm or count or anything. So I think we need to start counting.
Ah, okay. So let's think about this then. We were doing the height -1 on the rock, right? That's what we were planning on doing.
Like that flat area on the rock, we just need to raise it by 1. That
was the thinking. So, in saying that, and if we agree to that, then let's see, 11 down, 12 up. So, I think this is right then.
I think it's right? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, I made one over here. I can't disbark for some reason. Okay. I made one over here that was flat. That I think is the right height. And then I looked over there and I'm like, that looks higher over there. And I started counting and then I crashed. So hold on. Flat. 7 down.
3 down. That's 10. That's 15.
15.
And then this one needs to be 15. Okay, so exactly the same. Okay. Yes. Okay, so I didn't mess it up.
So I didn't mess it up. Okay, we're good.
So what is everybody saying here other than wheelbarrow? So how would you think that the wheelbarrow would work, Salbag? Hatsper wants a Christmas wreath that put on the front door. So I mean, more importantly, how about if they solved the problem of hanging items onto our walls and then gave us a Christmas wreath to hang on our walls in anticipation for a big update?
Best Christmas gift would be the ability to make wool tourniquets. What's a tourniquet? I don't even know what that is.
I don't know either. Maybe you can explain it a little bit. Cranking wants not the picnic basket and flask, which is good to know, but then what would you want? Seren wants a wand that lets you grow fir trees, that lets you plant fir trees that grow faster.
I think there was a recent, gift that we missed out on. That was the bedroll.
Yes. We did miss out on that. Oh, what happened to your stream there?
Uh-oh. It's because I crashed, probably.
Oh, yes. 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 Bring it back in, and then Adam will...
There we go.
All right. Give me a second. Okay, so...
Reach under my desk and press the
Yeah.
magic button.
The Adam cam had to be restarted, basically. Because of
The
his
main
crash.
control board for the Adam Cam is underneath Brian's desk.
That's... Yeah, pretty much. Serotonin junkie, you wanted a special material of some kind. Huh. So, like a new material that doesn't exist in the game right now, or a material that doesn't make a particular item. So, like, you're gonna get like a wooden something that's not normally wooden, or a metal something that's not normally metal. Like a tin mallet or something.
Probably they're meaning a new material. Like instead of tin, there's like, I don't know. Make up a new material.
And a tourniquet is a healer's item of some kind, so that would be interesting.
Okay. That is interesting. They did add a new material at some point called Electrum. Like, I
And
wonder.
what does Electrum do?
I mean, it has its own properties in the same way as all the metals now have very, very specific properties. One of the main uses of it is horseshoes that can go onto unicorns. But it works basically like gold and silver. It's actually the combination of gold and silver with metallurgy.
I see. You know what? I love that suggestion, Seren. A hanging lamp that can be attached to a cart.
Oh, that's so good.
And then just
yes.
because if they managed to figure out how to have add-ons onto carts and, let's say, in turn boats and items like that,
Mm-hmm.
they could have so many cool things visually to change the way that these items look, and the ability to add more things to it and progress specific items.
Agreed.
That'd be interesting, like a system where the item quality level of, let's say, a cart could unlock specific slots on the cart that could give you the ability to have add-ons onto it, like a hanging lamp, or other things. Maybe something that's more utility based. You can increase the amount of cargo on it, or install something that allows it to go a bit faster, or go a bit faster going up hills, making it easier for horses to push the cart up hills, stuff like that. That'd be really cool. Which sounds a lot like my item enhancement system that I talked about a long time ago.
Yeah.
That they never did.
I do recall that additions to carts and boats were on the list of things.
All right, let me continue now that the whole scare of me doing this wrong is gone. Let's finish this line. So 4. And while we do that, I know that there was a request. Let's say there's a bunch of you guys that played the game after or during the release. So you're fairly new to the game. A bunch of new players in this game in general. And you joined the game, you got pretty far in it at this point. Let's say you're really enjoying it. But knowing that you've only been playing for a month, it's hard for us to determine what exactly is your knowledge missing based on the amount of time that you spent. Because maybe you went up one direction and you got really knowledgeable on cooking or something, but then your knowledge on cloth tailoring or something is very low. And there was a topic that was brought up from Antir, the other day in our alliance where I just casually mentioned, okay, my leatherworking, finally got my leatherworking to 60. It's now at 63.7. And I thought, well, this is a good time. We actually don't have horses yet. And so we were going to get prepared for our horses. We're going to make, and I said, I'll make some saddles. And then I asked, like, did you want a saddle? And he said, okay, but I don't know what saddles do. and it like caught my eye because he's one of the guys that started the game during the launch, but he plays all the time and he's very becoming very knowledgeable about the game. But there's like these little things that, you know, if you don't do, you don't know. And so for people that don't know what saddles do, saddles make your horses go faster, or hell horses, if you equip them on them, and unicorns. But only if you're riding the horse. Yeah, even hell horses. So if you're riding them, they make them go faster. If you're using them on a cart, it won't make the cart go faster. The saddles are specific to sitting in them to make your horse or your ride go faster. And
the fact that Antig was asking this made us think, like, what other things are out there that, you know, a player who's maybe been playing for a few months still like needs that info about.
So we thought, let's quickly go through the list of horse items that you could expect to see in this game, that you'd want to see in this game, what they do, whether you want them for PvE, PvP, or PvP, and all that sort of thing. And before we start that discussion, let's look at some of these comments. Lit just said, we need a new bro starter videos. What does what and what professions you can pick. A lot of people that I recruited leave because can't figure out what direction to go and how. And thanks so much for that follow.
Yeah, thanks for the follow.
We do have a lot of videos on that, and I don't know if us creating new videos would make players like that continue to play the game. And we'll talk about that a little bit, or actually quite a lot, later in this video. I do want to bring up something. It depends on the type of player. And we've talked a lot about, in the past, about this game and the whole now what moment in every Wurm player's life. And some players get to that point a lot sooner than other players. And so the players that you might be talking about, they get to a point where it's like, well, now what? And you can explain to them, well, you can do this, you can do that, like all this stuff. They can watch our old videos. A lot of them are still would be considered relevant. But fact of the matter is, a lot of players just don't want to play a game like this.
Right.
They come into it not really wanting it. Would a video help? Sure. In some cases.
See, we've always been like knowing that there's people out there for whom this game is perfect for, right? Like, and the purpose of our videos is to try to reach those players, like the ones that have never yet heard about Wurm but would love it if they found it. But we also know that there is a large portion of people out there who would never want to play a game like this.
Yeah,
and it's quite a large
for us
portion.
Players, it's hard to hear them talking about the game that we love. It's hard, but sometimes it's necessary, and we'll go through that in a bit. But let's go straight into horses, because I know you can even see Cranking, you got the question, do saddles also stop horses from wandering off? And the answer is yes, they do.
Yep.
So that was an easy
I knew
one.
some people, they would make low quality saddles for all their horses that are on deed. Just that way they just don't wander off. they'll be there right where you left them, basically.
Yeah. How do you reach these kids? Maybe you don't, and that's okay. That's okay. Like it's
Right, it's the
okay that
same
we all don't
argument-
like the same game.
It's the same argument the other way around, right? Because they might be wanting you to try their game, their first-person shooter action type game, and you'll be taking one look at that going, I'm never playing that game, right? It's like sort of goes two ways. Yeah, you're not playing.
It's true.
Exactly.
It's true. It does go both
You're
ways,
playing COD.
and that's
yeah.
and we just got to realize that's just the way it is, and that's fine. And now all we have to do is find the players that will enjoy this game and get the information to them. Because if you're a player that plays this game and then you become really curious about it, then really the discovery of all these functions and features, like the way horses work and the horse gear works, is exciting to you. And so that's what we're hoping to do here with this segment. So
Yes.
horse gear.
Horse gear.
There's a bunch of horse gear that you can create and you can put on horses. They basically range from tailoring. So there's a bunch of leatherworking gear. There's a bunch of cloth tailoring. Well, there's one cloth tailoring item, and then blacksmithing, which basically comes down to horseshoes.
Horseshoes, yeah.
Now, Rick, you are saying something that's true. You tame an animal, you put the saddle and you put the items on it, and then you untame. However, that's how it used to work, and doesn't actually, even though it does work still, that's not what you have to do anymore.
There is a far better way now.
What you really should be doing, everybody, with all their horses that you want to keep around, is immediately make yourself a branding iron right now and heat it up in a forge and then brand your horse. That's what you're wanting to do.
Now, this will brand your horse to the village that you are currently a member of. So just be careful, because if you're planning on switching villages, then your horses will be left behind in the old village.
Yeah, and the benefit to this is that you don't now need to tame your animal in order to put saddles and shoes on and off of them.
Right.
It's one big
gear
thing
whatsoever. Yeah.
And if anybody actually noticed, because it's very, very hard to notice, this horse has an item on it. I branded it. So this hell horse it has been branded by and belongs to the settlement of Autumn Twilight. So it actually has a bridle on it. So if you look here and I look at the items that it has, there's a bridle right here. And so let's start with the leatherworking items. Bridles. So there's bridles, there's saddles, there's bardings, and then there's, what's the fourth one? The saddle bags. I believe that's all of them. So a bridle, what it does is it allows you to lead a horse without needing a rope. So an example here, if I unhitch this horse, I'm not leading. Now you do need to activate an item. So in this case, I have a shovel activated, and then you get the lead option.
Activate an item.
Yeah. And now it's leading without needing a rope. That's all the bridle will do.
Now, is that all the bridle does? I heard some rumors that could definitely be wrong.
Let's take a look.
That say that it increases the turning speed of a horse.
Yeah, that's not right.
Totally wrong. I'm totally wrong about that.
Yeah, and serotonin. This is leatherworking. So all the leatherworking items. So bridle. A bridle can be used to lead a creature without the use of a rope. And that says you must have an item activated in order to lead the animal.
Branding sound is brutal. Yeah, totally.
The branding sound is brutal. But, they end up getting over it, and your horses are better for it. So does it say anything else? To add a bridle, tame, or brand the animal, and then put it on or off. Basically the same way that I just showed. And here's what somebody put because of that rumor. It has no effect on the turning arc of a mount.
There you go.
Right? And Willow will be able to corroborate that piece of information. Right, Willow?
Hey, Willow.
Putting a bridle on a horse has no effect on the horse's turning arc. And since she is the basically the expert of Wurm,
right,
she'll know. The other piece of armor. So let's go. There's four pieces of leatherworking armor, or gear for horses. The bridle is done. The saddle. So the saddle, like we said, if you put a saddle on a horse, it will not move. It'll stay in its position. And the quality level of the saddle will affect the speed when you ride it. So the higher quality that the horse is, or the saddle is, the faster that horse you'll be able to ride. Go. And thank you so much for the follow, Ozbeck72.
Thanks for the follow. I've heard that the amount that it increases the speed,
it
changes
changed,
with
right?
the quality of the variable, with the quality of the saddle.
Let's see if it has the new thing, because the old way of doing it was saddles was different than the new way. I think the old way, it had to be above a specific quality,
but it
before it did anything.
This was like the old rumored way, right? This was before Wurm Unlimited came out, so people were basically just guessing. There was nobody looking at the code, seeing exactly what it did. But once the code was released, there were a few people who were digging into the code, trying to figure out exactly how it worked, and found out that it goes up like far more often than we once thought. Like at one point we thought a low quality saddle would do nothing, and that it only starts doing something once it hits 50.
I could be wrong.
That's what we believed it to be, and that was the commonly held version of it, that it needed to be 50 quality to see any bump in speed, and the next time it would increase speed was 70.
Yeah, thanks so much for the follow, Tempered Day. And Ozbeck, you said you've been watching us for years. It's the first time catching our stream. That's awesome. I'm glad you're able to make it today. But yeah, so
totally,
I remember it differently. I remember it that it was exactly what we thought, which was, I think, 50 quality or something before it did anything, or 70 quality. I can't remember exactly. And then there was a change that was made that made it so it was then it gave the ability to affect the speed of a horse, no matter which quality. Just the higher quality was better, but I don't remember.
I don't think it was a change.
That's just the way it works now anyway.
Somebody figured
somehow
it out.
It just uncovered that, and we just didn't notice that at 30 quality it did anything. Is that what you think?
Right, because the reason why we don't notice, the reason why you don't notice is because horse speed is so variable depending on so many different factors, right? Like, you could pick up a random wild horse, right? Get on it, and during the trip, the speed
it goes different speeds, but
right. So you put on a horseshoe that's supposed to increase the speed by 0.2 kilometers per hour, let's say, because it's so low quality. You're not going to really notice that 0.2 quality per hour increase, because the speed could change during the trip.
All right. Well, either way, that's how it works now. The quality, no matter what the quality is, the higher the quality, the more effect of the speed boost that you get for the saddle.
Are you sure it works that way? Like, if it was 21 quality and then I improved it to 22 quality, that would result in an increase in speed?
That's my understanding. Does anybody know any
levels?
Different? It could be that, or it could be per 10 quality or something. All right, so then And Deathwind will definitely get to that question. I know Adam will have a bunch of stuff to say on that. So just so that you're aware, what we'll have to answer is the horseshoe speed based off the total quality of all 4 of the horseshoes, or just the individual one?
I think it's
And aren't I doing
each
leatherworking? I
horseshoe.
am doing leatherworking. Could we test it? We could test it. Do we need
think
to?
each-
Probably not. I feel like somebody's already done the testing.
Right. I think the horseshoes, like each individual horseshoe affects the speed. So if you only put 1 horseshoe on the horse, that will increase the speed. You put 2 horseshoes, that'll, double up that increase, and so on.
And like Adam said, there was a time once Wurm Unlimited came out that people actually just went into the code and on Wurm Unlimited and figured it out and posted it.
And yeah, Sindusk is a perfect person to ask these things.
Yeah.
He not only delves into the code and knows a lot about that stuff, he also does extensive testing too.
Yeah, because he was, for a short time, part of the dev team.
Yeah,
I believe. So, anyway, so that's how saddles work. And saddles can also be affected by Wind of Ages. So if you have a Venora priest or something like that can cast Wind of Ages on it, that would make it even go faster.
Mm-hmm.
So the other item is barding. Now barding is what is basically armor for horses. Protects armor just like it does for us, but like when we put armor on ourselves, it makes the horses also go slower. When we put armor on, it makes us go slower. When horses put armor on, it makes horses go slower. So that's why you don't really see a lot of people on the PvE server put barding on their horses.
Now, does it affect their speed on a cart when they're hitched?
I believe so. Just on anything, it'll just affect it. And I wish that they changed that a little bit, just so that we could have barding be more useful on PvE as more of a visual style. So if it's really cool if you were even on PvP, no one uses it. Yeah, it might not even be useful because speed just trumps anything else. Because how many times do you really want to have a warrior horse next to you?
Right.
So they should basically make it so it doesn't affect speed. Maybe it does something else. Maybe on the PvE server it doesn't add armor either. Just make it visual. Maybe figure out some other effect that they can put on it that makes it useful on a PvE server, because man, the barding looks so cool. You can take a look at the barding. I believe Catsper, you probably have on your website what it looks like. I wanted to make for this stream. I wanted to make barding for leatherworking, a leather barding, but man, it takes a lot of mats for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know why it takes 51.
Deathwind likes riding a cart with full gold barding. Yeah, I'm sure gold barding will take an insane amount of work.
Kat. So here's the leather barding. Looks really, really regal and cool. This one slows down the horse the least. So this is the one you'd probably want to do at the moment. There's a leather one. This one takes an insane amount of mats.
Wait, which one
to
uses
create?
the least? Which one slows the horse?
The cloth one.
The cloth barding, right?
Oh, and the bardings can be dyed. Yes, thanks, Stu Jensen. There's the chain barding.
They add
all
so
the
much
different
customizability,
kinds of chains,
which is great. I love it, but the fact that it slows your horse down means that nobody's going to want to wear them unless they're willing to sacrifice looks.
Yeah, that's why you don't see it a lot in the game. I wish you saw it more, because it'd be really cool if you saw it more in the game. It's another thing that could separate wild horses from your cool horses that you have around. Anyway, so that's the third item. The fourth item was the saddlebags, and that goes on the back of the horse, so it sits on its back and adds a little more amount of space that you can put on the horse. If you're just riding it yourself, you can have it there. What it exactly does, let's take a look at what it says. Wow, it doesn't say a lot. So saddlebags can be placed in a saddle to allow horses to carry items that each have a volume of 100. So you can place things like sprouts or something in them if you needed to while you're riding around. They're not...
It uses... The wiki said volume of 100.
That's true.
Not
they use the word volume.
Item. Now,
which
I wonder if
might have been
right.
a mistake. Maybe they just used that word by accident. Volume might mean... Because I'm thinking that they probably just mean the amount of items, but it could be both. It could be the 100 limit plus volume. We'd have to make one and then take a look. Maybe we can do that later.
Mm-hmm.
All right, how's the... I think we're basically done, but now it looks all dirt.
I think I'm just packing and counting.
Are you packing it? Okay. Let me start the packing...
So
over here somewhere.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going to need to raise one more tile out to here.
Did we count that wrong, or do we have to just do the other direction, not this direction?
We didn't count it wrong. I think I was planning on that tile being flat.
Let's take a look. Why don't we just lower this one?
We could, but it's rock, so we'd have to dig it all back down, surface mine.
Oh. I thought that's what we were going to do. Like the settlement token, one off the settlement token, that was where we started. But now it looks like...
Yeah. We could do it. I'm down for it. But we're going to have to
How about
do
the
quite
other
a bit
tiles?
digging.
Is it it's just that tile, right? Yeah, it's just that tile. How far do we have to go here?
So we're going to have to drop more dirt that way. It depends. Like, my original plan was that the tile I'm standing on right now was going to be the corner.
So we would have to raise...
And
okay, let's take a look at this here.
You're not letting me finish.
Yeah, you wanted to start there, sure. And then what that does is it affects this tile here that we would have to raise all the way to the end. Okay.
But there was a reason for that, and that's because...
Okay, and that was because...
Remember that this deed is 10 tiles in each direction, and we only need 8. So starting from this corner means that you can have a 1-tile border around the entire board that is within our village still.
Right.
So it'll be sort of centered within one of the quadrants of the village.
Okay, let's do that.
Now, the border doesn't have to be flat unless we really want it to be. I wasn't...
Border doesn't. I'd actually rather have it higher.
Slanting upward? Yeah.
If possible.
So,
we'll see.
I mean, on the sides that on the sides that are closer to the water, I feel like it's natural to have it slanted downwards, right?
Yeah. Okay, well, let's do that. It's not so bad to raise from this side.
Right.
Yeah, so those are the 4 items for leatherworking. We have cloth tailoring, also has the barding, like I said. I think that's the only one that it has. As far as smithing goes, you've got the chain barding, which I already showed, and you have the horseshoes. Now, the horseshoes became a lot more interesting because they work very similar to saddles in the fact that they make the horses go faster. Each individual one, like Adam was saying, makes the horse go faster depending on its quality level and the amount of enchant of WOA on it. But there was different kinds of types of horseshoes that you can make now, or different kinds of materials you can use on horseshoes. Do any of them matter? Because you can make horseshoes from iron, from silver, from gold, from all these different kinds of materials.
I don't think they matter. I think that a horseshoe is a horseshoe. And I could be wrong about that, but that's my take. They wouldn't be different weights because you would still need to use the same amount of material to make the horseshoe. So a horseshoe is 0.5 weight, 0.5 kilograms, whatever.
Wasn't there something to do with the unicorns? Is it that unicorns can only use silver horseshoes? Is it that what it is?
Or gold or electrum.
Okay.
Right? And so, like with silver, when you make a lump of silver, it's only 0.1. Well, to make a horseshoe out of that, you would need 5 of those. Right? And that's the same for gold. That's what makes gold and silver a lot harder to work with, is that each lump is only 0.1 kilograms, even though you'll still need the same amount of material to make whatever you're making out of it.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And so, as far as speed goes, what you would really want to focus on a saddle and horseshoes.
Mm-hmm.
And that concludes the entire horse section for
Antierg.
For Antierg. So there you go, Antierg. And how you doing, Antierg? Welcome to the stream. Now, in saying all of that, no. Yeah, saying all of that, yeah, there's more things that you'd want to know, like, do horseshoes take damage ever? Yeah, they do. So as you're riding the horse, it will take damage.
Yeah. It's like while the horse is walking, then it takes damage. Yeah.
So you would have to take those horseshoes, take them off of the horses, fix them up, repair them, improve them if you're wanting to get that back up, and then put them back on. Whereas, Antierg, thanks so much for the sub.
Hey, Antierg, thanks so much for the sub.
Yeah, so remember,
back in the day before when they had this system where you had to tame the horse in order to gear them up, right? That every time the horseshoes needed to be repaired, then you would have to tame the horse, take the horseshoes off, repair them, put them back on, and somehow untame the horse, which you would have to do back then by taming something else. But they changed that whole system where you brand your horse and you'll have full access to their gear. You can equip and take off without doing anything. And I think you can even, if you do have it tamed, you can untame it now through the menu system now.
You don't have to tame you don't have to have a pig or something on your deed to tame like before.
Like we used to, yeah. You can just press a
so
button
much better.
And tame it.
And as far as saddles go, so saddles will also damage over time, but I believe you have to be riding them for them to damage. And which makes sense because you have to be riding them in order for it to actually have the effect of them going. And
does that mean that it won't damage if you or have them hitched to a cart?
Right, but then you don't get any benefit for them either.
Okay, that's true. You don't get any benefit. Yeah, so steel will reduce the damage for sure. The downside to steel, same with tools. Steel is a better metal for lots of stuff because it'll reduce the damage by about 10%. But the problem with steel is making the high quality steel that will allow you to imp it up. Right? Like I've been making my weapons recently. I got my weaponsmithing to a point where I can imp to 40, and people were wondering, like, can I make silver weapons? And I can. It's just that silver takes so much more effort, simply because silver is a really high difficulty action to mine. So most of the ore I'm getting is like 1 quality, and you're only getting 0.1 pieces, right? The lumps weighs 0.1, so you need a lot of silver in order to imp to a decent quality.
Yep.
Oh, did we only go? Was this row only 7?
That's why I was raising this.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh,
I thought we talked about this already.
I know, but saw you starting. I saw you packing coming this way, so I thought you had already flattened and started packing.
No, yeah, I just finished. Although
this corner needs
We
a little
do
bit
need to
raising.
have every single tile packed, so
Yes,
it was
but
still
I
good.
was yeah.
How far do we have to go? Is there a lot of tiles over there that we have to raise?
No, this is the last one I think now. Except for the border, if we wanted to make the border look
Yeah, I mean, this is the
at
side
all.
of the border that's going to be going down to the water, so I think we're okay.
Yeah.
Serotonin, you can't
Okay.
even find charcoal for sale above 57 quality. Yeah, that's the problem
Right.
with the with steel, really.
And the fact that you're getting charcoal above 57 quality, I mean, if this is on the new servers, like the only way to get charcoal that's reliably high quality and in good quantities is coal piles.
I mean,
And
that's
to make
one issue.
57 quality coal piles, you need that level in
Yeah.
coal making.
So you've spent a lot of years, Adam, doing blacksmithing, contemplating steel making, doing
Uh-huh.
it, trying it out.
I did a little bit, yeah.
Uh, and the reality is, and what the reality has always been, is just that people come to the conclusion that steel making is not worth the effort, and then they don't do it. So then there's just not a lot of steel, even after creating your tools, and then like it's just not worth it because now you can't imp the tools. It costs more money, and then the amount of benefit that you get from it, which is 10%, damage reduction
Less
or something,
damage.
just
Yeah.
is not worth the effort. So the question to anybody that has done a lot of steel making like Adam, what would make it worth it? What would they need to do to make steel worth it as a profession or as items to make and to improve and to make it so that it's something in the game that still requires effort, but not as much effort to the point right now where people say, just don't do it?
I can tell you that I don't think that they should make steel more beneficial, but what they should do is make it less difficult to make. So one improvement could be to make it easier to get higher quality charcoal. So the main problem with getting high quality charcoal is that you have to make coal piles, and coal piles is a creation only skill. Like coal making is a creation only skill. So like all creation only skills, it makes it very hard to level it up. So one way would be to add something that you can improve that gives you coal making skill. Like that's really all they would need to do to make it worth it, I'd
All
say.
right. So you approach it from a completely different angle than I thought you would.
Yeah.
So you would not change anything about it, but add at least one item into the game that you can improve to make your charcoal. Is there a charcoal skill? Which skill is it? It's a charcoal making skill.
Coal making.
Coal making.
Coal marking,
So
yeah.
you would add an item into the game that you can then improve to improve your coal making skill.
Yeah.
And then
that way you
everything
can get
else would be the same.
Yeah, that way you make your you just imp to get your coal making up to 60 or 70 or whatever you want. Then you start making your coal piles, which are painful to make, by the way, but nonetheless should be okay because those higher quality coal piles will produce so much more coal, and at higher quality. I mean, they did make it so that if you make it out of walnut, it improves the quality of the coal that comes out and all sorts of stuff. So really the brutal part about it all is leveling it up.
Yeah, Serotonin Junkie and Adam, if you had high quality coal making through the use of some item that they add to improve your coal making skill, would charcoal piles still be brutal to make, or would they become really easy to make because you wouldn't fail making them anymore?
Right. As your skill goes up, the actions will become faster, the failures become less often. Like as that, it's just like everything. Like you don't just try to make a boat at one level, like one skill. You're not like, I have one skill in shipbuilding, I'm going to make myself a Nar now. You spend time imping so that it makes it less painful later in the long run. They just make coal making like that.
So So, I mean, that's an interesting. So you don't think it needs to go so far as to say something like only require 10 logs or something to make a coal
Maybe.
pile?
I mean,
Is
that
that
might help
required?
out as well. Yeah, that might help. That might help.
I think there would have to be
Um,
maybe a few different levels or tiers of things that they could do to improve it. Start with one of them, like what you're saying, add an item that allows you to improve coal making, and then do more drastic measure like changing how many mats are required for coal making if it still doesn't help.
Lit just says, I'm making a Nar with 2 boat making. Yeah.
How's that
Have
going
fun
for
with
you?
that. How's that going?
And Willow would like to see coal mines. So what do you mean by coal mines?
Like a vein, maybe?
A vein inside of a mine that allows you to produce coal? How do you... Or maybe the ability to use an item to produce coal within a mine?
Yeah, and typical suggests make the coal piles themselves impable. That would make sense.
That would be interesting. So just make those items impable. That would work. Although I really, really hate imping items that are on the floor.
Right.
That you can't put inside of something.
Although I heard that Wurm Assistant has something.
It does.
I could be wrong.
It's not
something that allows. No, it's
yeah,
not?
I used it. It's good,
okay.
but it's not what you would want, which is
You want it in game.
yeah, not just you want it in game, but it yes, it would help. But what you'd want is be able to see, let's say, 3 coal piles and what they require, what tools they require to imp next, all at the same time, so that you can queue up them in a manner that's similar to the way that you do it within item, within your inventory.
Right. So you see this area over here?
Yeah.
I kind of want this to be a farm
Okay.
where it gradually starting from somewhere back here, it gradually goes down by 8 slope. You know, like just
Oh, okay.
make
Yeah,
it a
sure.
big 8 slope ramp down this way to the end of the deed, and then just make it
I
a
see.
full-on farm.
Sure. Yeah.
I think that'll be enough tiles.
That's another day
Yeah, another day.
for sure. Okay, so I guess you didn't pick up any of the stone shards. I guess we can do that today.
we could do that now. Yeah. We also need to make the slabs.
So why don't I do this? So I'll start with the slabs.
Okay. We need 32 of each.
And we agreed last week that we were doing slabs for marble and slabs for slate. Is that correct?
I think slabs for marble is the only option.
Is slabs for marble the only option still? Thought maybe they did brick. I don't remember anymore. Okay, slate was definitely a slab. Like everybody agreed slab was the one that we should do. Right?
Yeah, slate slab, yeah.
We don't have any questions on that. Nobody today has any questions versus the slab versus brick floor or pavement.
It's not questions, but rather hesitations, or what do they say at a wedding? At the end of the wedding, they ask the audience, "There's anybody?"
Yeah, we don't have to go that far. There is a marble brick floor. No, is there a marble brick pavement floor? Yeah.
Paving, yeah, for like roads, not for inside houses. Oh, there, Casper linked her pavement. I love that resource cats that you made. That has every decorative item or every item in the game in the image.
You know what? Slate slabs it is.
Did you look at the difference?
I'm going to... I did. So for people that want to see. So there's the brick and there's the slab. Now, over here, there's the marble slab. And people, are you saying that the marble brick, which is here, cannot be used as a pavement?
Oh. It is very possible it can be. I just...
Yeah. But I'm still saying, out of these two, I kind of want to go with the marble slab.
Yeah, me too.
And then the slate slab would be what I'd want.
Okay.
So
I
what
think
we're
that
going to
worked the best as
do,
well.
we're going to load this up. Try to load this up in a way that I can... So slate slab. How many do we need each one? I don't think it's that many.
I think it's 4?
Wait, did you just say we need only 4 slabs? No, I'm talking
I
about
think
how
it's
many in
4
total.
shards. Oh, 32 of each.
Of each, okay.
Yeah, I think it's 4
So-
shards per slab, if I'm not mistaken.
So there's a few different ways that you can do this. Like you, as this character, I can only create 1 slab at a time. And so you can either do what I'm doing, which is combining them here and then re-adding it here. Or let's see the other way. The other way would be to grab everything that you need, bring the whole pile into here, and then hitting the combine button.
Hmm.
That way might actually be less clicks.
Personally, I have a keybind for activate and another keybind for combine that are right next to each other.
Why do you have that?
So I've trained my brain to do this really quickly. So when there's let's say a group of items in my inventory that I want to combine quickly, I hover my mouse over them, and in succession, I quickly hit activate, combine.
Which keys do you use for that?
V and C.
V and C. Oh my god, yeah, I use those. I used to use those for chop or cut down and then chop.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually use shift those to cut and chop. But like
And
activate...
Serotonin saying there's a keybind for combine. There's so many keybinds in this game
I know.
that a lot of people don't use. And so, I mean, this comes to our next topic that I want to talk about, which is, I mean, this is a good leeway. How does everybody use their keybinds in this game? Because the way that it shows up in the game, and Silvertail.
Hello, how are you? Hello, how are you?
It's a renowned carpenter. Nice.
Ooh, lumberjack.
Living somewhere.
Renowned.
Oh,
That's 70, if I'm not mistaken.
that is 70.
Yeah, every letter on your keyboard is used. Yeah, me too. And almost every letter with a shift command, like shift A, shift B, like shift all of the letters is also used.
So specifically, I wanted to talk about, because we could talk all about keybinds and the way that it works in this game and how everybody has their setup. But let's focus on the tool belt, because I was really curious the other day. I was watching a bunch of streams and people were like not using the tool belt at all, or using it in different ways. So let's establish how the tool belt is used. So you have a tool belt, you drag items onto it, right? Compass, whatever. Drag items onto it, and you can activate items based on your tool belt. Then to top that off, you have multiple tool belts. So I believe it's 10 in total.
Yep.
Yeah, 10 in total. Different kind of tool belt profiles that you can use to save. So I saved this as my carpentry tool belt to number 1, and then load. So then you can load even from here, like number 3 is sort of my harvesting tool belt and bulk making type of stuff. I've got my number 4 is my leatherworking tool belt. And so I was curious, like, do people use tool belts the same way I do? Do people have a better way of using tool belts than I do? Because to top that off, what I do then is I bind each tool belt action or each tool belt slot to my number keys. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if I can click 1, 2, I don't have anything on 3, but 4, 5, 6. So now I have quick access to all of these items. And even Garrus Drangi, if you only had 2 slots or 3 slots, I mean, that's even more useful because then you have 10 profiles of, let's say, 2 or 3 slots, and you can go between all of them and basically have access to a whole slew of tools instead of one. So then on top of that, what I do is I keybind my Alt plus number keys to access my different profiles. So then I hold Alt down and then I can go to number 2 or number 3. So now I'm in my third. If I have leatherworking, I do Alt 4, and then there's my leatherworking tools. And so no matter what, I'm not fiddling around with my tool belt in general ever. I'm just flicking my keybinds to make sure that I have all the tools that I need access to right from the get-go. And then I really, if I don't want to, need to have my inventory up ever. Like the goal is to make it so in as many situations as I can. What do I bind it on Alt F4? Let's find out. No.
Let's find out.
I think we're a few decades from me actually pressing that button.
Yeah. Everybody falls for it once, and that's it.
Everybody fell for it once in IRC. How many of us fell for it in an IRC chat once back in 1997 or 8 or something or 6?
Yeah. I think that when they added the select bar way back in the day, all of a sudden like the numbers 1 through whatever it is became auto bound to the select bar. I'm curious to know how people are using the select bar, or if people are using it at all. Like, has that helped people get into
the
this
select
game?
bar was something that I think I was thinking about something like it that
What is the select
I thought
bar?
would improve or help with the game. And then so when it came in theory, it sounded like something that would be really cool. But in the way that it was implemented, fell short of it being useful. And I'd really have to deep dive into it to find out exactly why.
Right. It felt
It
a
wasn't
little
useful.
clunky. Like something.
I think I
missing,
know
like-
why. So
Okay.
I don't really want to get into it unless we want to get into it. Typical doesn't even know like what is the select bar. Yeah, no one.
I think he's just-
Yeah. No,
You mean it? Are you
we are
serious?
saying that you're serious, and we're gonna believe you.
Okay.
Here's the select bar, and
Because that would
it
be my
really
response.
comes down. It
Every
really
time that
comes down to why the select bar, not what is it. Like, why does it exist? What was its intended purpose? What was it trying to solve? And if you can answer that, then you have to say, okay, does it solve that problem then?
Yeah, so I can tell you what it was trying to solve. So it was trying to solve the problem where new players would come into the game and would literally have no idea what their possible, like what was
Okay.
possible. Right?
Yeah,
So
I
what
think
the
what it
select bar-
was it supposed to replace the right-click menu? I think that's what
It's
it was
supposed
supposed to do.
Yes, but and it's also supposed to give you like when you click on something, like let's say a cave wall, and you have a pickaxe activated, it's supposed to have all the possible options there at your fingertips. Like you just press 1 to do the first thing, and like you're right, like everything that's in the right click menu should be just there, so people kind of have access to them at a button.
Yeah, it sounds It sounds great. Sounds like what you'd wanting to use, and you can see, yeah, perihelion, reganation. People use it. It is useful if you came into the game, especially after it came out or during the time where it did come out. You might have become. It might have been something that you'd want to use, and I think
I have a question for people who do use it. If you use it, do you still have it set that one, like the numbers 1 through 5 or whatever, are controlling the select bar, or do you use your mouse to click it?
No. And Lazarus, you're watching our stream online. Wait, so you're watching our stream online in real life? Is there another way to watch our stream? We are your neighbors. Okay, that's awesome. Which neighbors exactly? Oh, and Drankling, you use the shift numbers to select the action on the select bar. So,
Okay. Hey, Drakeling, how's it going?
yeah.
It's been a while.
Why do I not like the select bar? I think it comes down to when we first started playing the game, almost everything. Are you making the slate? No, sorry, the marble shards. Is that what's going on?
Marble slabs now. Although I'm doing very poorly at it.
Where are you putting them?
I haven't made one yet. Okay, there's
Oh,
one.
you haven't made one yet. Like you've been sitting there forever.
Seven times in a row. Failed.
I'm like, where are you putting them? Oh man, yeah. So, when we started playing, oh yeah, I guess I have to choose the slab. There we go. Everything that you did was within the game itself. So, if you're wanting to chop down a tree, obviously you go into the game and then you chop down the actual tree. In the game, the menu pops up. You choose chop, like, or however you want to do it, keybind, and then you cut it down, you chop it up. Same with basically anything. You're interacting with the game within the game itself, and then this select bar came in and made it so now I'm no longer interacting with the game or the item in the game. I'm interacting with the menu. And it was just one of many changes that they made to the game that ended up doing that in sort of this order that in the end people were joking like we have more menus that cover your entire screen.
Right.
Whereas when we first started, it was like everything was within the game itself. And but in saying that, it's like I want to like the select bar, but I think what happens is the implementation of it just wasn't something that I enjoyed.
So
I
just
almost
has a good
feel
point.
like, yeah, go ahead.
He says he has a friend that lost both arms in a car crash, and he uses eye tracking software.
Ah,
And the select bar for that person essentially allows them to play the game.
yeah, and I mean that's awesome, and I feel like I would be somewhere like where I enjoy the concept of the select bar and I enjoy what it's trying to accomplish, and I just don't enjoy the way that it's accomplishing it. So its functionality is fine. I don't mind the functionality and the way that it operates. I wish it did it within the game world. I think that's my only complaint. I wish that because in the end it doesn't add or accomplish anything for us as just the way that we play the game, or it doesn't add anything better. That's the wrong word.
It doesn't make
It's
it
just
more usable.
add something different. Yeah, it doesn't make it more usable. But what I think they were trying to do at the time, and I might be wrong, is they were trying to incorporate this. At the same time, they were trying to incorporate some kind of free look system. So the goal was to, and for people that remembers this system, that never really got put into the game, but it is in the game, just not in some sort of usable way. Again, is this. So now, if you can see, I am staring, or if I zoom in here. Oh, and see, this is why it's not in a usable way, because I can move it with my mouse, and then all of a sudden my mouse appears, and it is weird. It shouldn't. So I'm supposed to do this. And you're supposed to see like a little crosshair, although I'm not seeing it. Maybe it doesn't exist anymore. And the mouse is moving without me clicking anything down. So now I'm on the dirt tile. Tile border,
it seemed to me
dirt.
like they were trying to get Wurm to work in the same way as like Minecraft does.
Yeah.
You know, where you don't need
they were
the
trying
click and left click. You're supposed to replace the right click menu.
They were trying to do that, and I wish that they continued with it and refined it in a way that actually made it usable. It's not usable right now, and so that's why they were trying to get rid of the right click menu. They were trying to get rid of basically anything within the game so that you can use the mouse. They're trying to get rid of anything that you use the mouse for, so you could use the mouse in a different way but still play the game. But what's great about these select tools and that sort of thing is that it almost makes it so that you can play this game with a controller. Almost, but not quite.
Right. Hey Vooch, welcome to the stream. Sipiku says, I wonder if Rolf was still the project lead, he would just change the interface to be played with just a console controller overnight, and then go on a weekend break just to show us how good we have it with mouse and keyboard. Yeah, I know the select bar is a little bit broken. Like, you're right. Like, there's some things that are missing.
Just doesn't work well.
Yeah.
All right. So while we're doing this, I'm pan filling with the console controller, right? Like there's certain things you just can't do, and I think they started this experiment where they were going through it and they were trying to make it useful, but just never got to the end of that. So they never concluded or figured out a way to get to that stage that made it useful.
You're not the only one. And now I'm a baby. But you're not the only one. Ever since the select bar came in, I gave it a good shot. I tried to use it to see if I can see if it increases some functionality for me, but I couldn't.
If you're a person that doesn't like right click menu, this could help in most things.
But I feel like I rarely ever use the right click menu. Like rarely. I've replaced all of it with keybinds mostly, and once they added the default keybind, that mostly cleared up all the remaining times I would ever use the right click menu.
Here's the thing: the default keybind is another solution that the select bar also tries to solve. Like they're both of them are trying to solve the same problem, and so it's just another implementation of what the select bar could do. So instead of the select bar, we actually came up with a much better solution, which I really hope they get to, which was a combination of the select bar and this default action binding. So and that's essentially just make it so you can choose based on, let's say, all these options. Let's say I click this here. This is a really bad example, but I click the storage bin, and here it's saying that I have the ability to examine it or add to crafting window. I also have the option to open it, and there's a few other things you can do with this bulk storage bin. In this case, the default action is saying open, but how about if I wanted to examine it? Well, make it so you could filter through the different options somehow yourself and set your default action for this bulk storage bin yourself, so I can easily mouse wheel or something, switch it to examine, press F, it examines it, switch it back to open, press F again, it opens, all within the game world. Maybe just wherever it says open and I use the mouse wheel, it'll display the list of options and mouse wheel to the option that I want, and then it just sets it. I'd also want a secondary key as well. So I want a primary key, which we have, the default action, and instead of it being like a repeated action, which is nice, I don't know how many people are using it, but give us a second default action key that we can also set.
Yeah.
And
we can
so
choose what the default action is.
The player determines what they want those actions to be.
Right.
And therefore the game or the developers don't have to choose or figure out every single combination of everything, which, as we have found, it's not perfect. There's a lot of default actions that are not correct or just don't show up or just not available, and we have no control over that. Give us the control of that. Let us choose the default action that we want, and all of a sudden we don't need a bazillion keybinds on our keyboard anymore. We could reduce that number quite a lot. There's a lot of actions that, let's say for mining, as an example, let's say to mine forward, mine down, mine up, to level, to all this stuff. Well, why don't you just make it so I can just change the default action on the fly?
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't have to I can do it quickly, and then I don't really need 5 keybinds for mining. And you just have 1, and that could be the default, or 2, the default and like a secondary default one that I can switch up and choose whenever I want.
Get rid of the repeat action.
That's what I thought they were going to do. And they're almost there. I love the default action. I use it all the time as a game changer, and now they just have to refine it and give us a little bit more control. And I think that will help the devs themselves, because they are struggling to find all the combinations of everything that we possibly would need for every single default action in the game. And, I'd argue that they're the ones that don't need to do that. They just give us the tools so we can do it ourselves.
Radial menu, and that basically is what you're describing, right? Like,
yeah, so it could be a radial menu, it could be a list, it doesn't matter. But yes, like a radial menu.
Yeah. Like a menu, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, radial menu is fine.
Updates, it almost feels like the devs have been on vacation, or they've been given a break or something. Like, it seems like they cleared up all the main issues surrounding the Steam launch, made sure the lag was gone and all the little bits and bobs here and there. But I don't know if you've noticed, but if you do an uptime on our server, it hasn't been reset for over 10 days, 11 days now, or something like that.
Maybe they just got to a point where they feel that all the major bugs are gone, and now they can start focusing on larger items which take more time. So now you're not going to see an update every single week of hot fixes and stuff. We're going more like they're not on vacation, monthly. They're just busy working on something larger. And what I'm hoping for, and Seppuku, you're saying it, is they did mention that we would see some kind of roadmap. If they did that, it would be the first ever roadmap we would ever have gotten. Ever.
That's not true.
I don't think we ever gotten a roadmap.
We've gotten... Well, it depends on what you mean by roadmap, because they could release something and you could look at it going, that's not a roadmap.
A roadmap is not something that's up for debate what it is. It's essentially just a stream of dates or not dates, of just like a sequence of events that they feel is going to take place, and stuff that they're going to do to the game in that sequence.
So we've seen
next
that.
We want to tackle this. Before. Next we want to tackle this. Then we're gonna do this.
We've gotten those
then
before.
We're gonna do that.
It's just been a while.
What we have gotten is not. I don't remember
Right,
any
this is-
one announcement like that. I think you're probably
This is
thinking
where
of like.
you're quibbling over like what a roadmap is, because we've gotten a massive list of the things that they are going to be working on and implementing into the game. We've gotten those before, and then they've
Are you
even
just-
had streams or Q&As where people are questioning the roadmap. The devs called it a roadmap, and it was a list of. Let me see if I can find it for you.
We had a whole list of items, or are you talking about that they just over time released different things that they were working on ahead of time? Because that's not a roadmap.
No.
And thanks for the follow, Idle Humor.
Idle Humor. I recognize that name.
I don't remember. Yeah, and
How
Katz
do we
is
know
right
you, Idle
here.
Humor?
A roadmap is easier to organize in a fully paid staff. That's true. But in a team where you just have volunteers who decide they want to work on a passion project, it's not easy at all. And that's why I don't think that we ever got a roadmap. I do believe that they announced stuff like, oh, the devs are working on such and such, or working on this or that, and they keep releasing things that they're working on, and over time became a list of things that they announced over the last year or two.
I'm gonna link you something. That isn't. Hold on.
The only thing that you can link me that would make it make sense is a roadmap, right? Like you said,
see,
that they released.
I don't know what you mean is the roadmap, right? Because
I was fairly clear. Was I not clear on what I feel like a roadmap would be?
Hold on. I'm going to link to you in the game. Two things. The first one is titled The Late 2016 Roadmap by Buddha, which is essentially laying out the plans for the next
I remember
2 months.
that. I remember that.
Okay. And then there's another one that he followed up with.
I think he was the only one that did something like that. Yeah. And that was because he was working specifically on Jackal.
Okay. Now, I remember before
for a very long time.
Before Rolf gave the reins over to Buddha, Rolf also had made a roadmap that was way more expansive than this one. And it was way more ambitious. I kind of remember it having things that were like, and Bridges is on there, and it's like Bridges didn't come for another 3 years or something like that.
Yeah, and this is a bad example, unfortunately, that you linked, because
I know. I'm trying to find a better one. This is.
It's not a bad example. It's just a bad example in the sense that none of this stuff was done.
Right. Yeah.
No, I'm sure some of it was done. But here's the list that they said back in 2016. So, 1, they're going to do a UI overhaul in 2016. 2, they're going to revamp the tutorial. And 3, they're going to create a new updated web shop. And there's going to be a new web-based account system. And it's funny to hear that in 2016, because it wasn't until the release of 2020 where they actually gave us the new UI and a revamped tutorial. Although I feel like at that time they revamped the tutorial and then they revamped it again for the new release.
Right.
However, okay, whatever. They said they were going to release some roadmap. I'm not sure how they're going to do that, but it depends on whether this game is going to get more paid devs, or that devs that are being paid are laying out some sort of foundation of this is what we're working on over the next year.
No, that's not it. I really feel like there was a proper roadmap at some point that I can't seem to find. This is back when Rolf was at the helm.
That was a while ago.
It was a while ago. But I just wanted to, like, because you were basically saying there has never ever been a roadmap in Wurm. And I'm sure that there have been. It's just they are few and far between. And we do go many years without a roadmap while stuff continues to get added. So
I think the reason why people don't remember any roadmaps in this game is because nothing on any roadmap that has come out in this game has ever concluded. They've never went, okay, this is what we're going to do. And then they went a year and then did it. Eventually, I think stuff comes out. Stuff comes out. But there's nothing that they they follow to a T. It's very loose.
There was one
very
roadmap, I'm telling you, and I couldn't find it, but there was one roadmap that was literally like a massive list of really features that ended up mostly getting done. Like bridges was on there, the new boat models were on there, those types of things. The sailing to the other server and routing your map or whatever, or planning a route was on there. Like those types of things were on there, and they did address a lot of them. But I really do feel like there was really only one roadmap like that they ever did. That was a proper and well executed roadmap, and it was a long time ago.
That would have been funny.
Yes, they needed a roadmap.
Yeah. When we played the game, bridges were said to be coming soon. When we started in 2012. But what ended up happening, and what they didn't really publicly announce, was that they attempted it, found that it was much harder than they originally thought, and then stopped working on it.
Right.
That's what happened.
It wasn't until Titch took it on that it actually started working.
So
I'm gonna take the slates.
Okay.
I'm gonna take the slate and you take the marble. Oh my
yeah,
goodness,
and that's right, typical. When we started, bridges were announced for many years, and that's essentially what happened, was that they tried, didn't work, and then they just put it aside because it was just too hard to figure out at the time. Oops.
Somebody linked me, Cleona linked me another map. It's not that one though.
That's okay.
If my memory serves,
roadmaps is not important here.
Yeah. I do want to find it though.
In saying all of that, do we want another one?
Yes.
So
Absolutely.
What do we do? Okay, so at this point, when a roadmap came out in the past, it was already somewhat established what they were working on, and they were just sort of consolidating all this stuff together into one post as a roadmap. But this time, does anybody know what they're working on? What's now that the release has happened, they came out with all of this stuff, what's next? What, like, there's nothing. We haven't had.
Right.
And so it would be very interesting for us to know exactly, they have this list of things they would like to do, but what exactly are they tackling next? And I wonder if they have figured that out yet, or if they're still in the planning stages for figuring out their own roadmap internally, let alone a roadmap externally to all of us.
Okay, so I'm looking at a chessboard image, and
all right,
if we're looking at the board, like one person's pieces are on this side, and the other person's pieces are on the, I guess it's the east and west, like if we wanted to have,
Okay.
then this corner here is going to be
Just
the
put it
dark
here.
slate. So it goes like I
Yeah,
guess,
I'm
the
just
question
gonna-
is, do we want it facing east and west, or do we want it facing north and south?
That doesn't work. Doesn't matter.
Because it changes the way that we would place the tiles down.
Let's do east and west.
East and west. Okay, so then this one here is going to be slate, and you can probably figure out the rest of it from there.
All right. So I'll do the marble.
We'll do the marble, yeah.
Willow, sleep is next.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that the devs are exhausted from the release. Can I
Here's one
pave?
good example of you can pave on a cart. This is one good example of what I would love to see for the I want a default action for pavement. Right, so I do marble slab, and my default action is disembark on this cart. So I'd want to be able to manually change that, but I can't. So now I have to choose, what exactly do I need? I don't know. I'm just going to have to choose a button, maybe Y, which replaces
Exactly.
what my Y was.
To make a new keybind, exactly.
Yeah. Oh,
The problem I have is I can't choose a button. Maybe L. L is the one that I usually flip around.
oh. And thank you for that roadmap.
And is that the Buddha's 2017 one?
No, so that was just a post you just posted to the city hall, Lazarus. And there was a mention, you're right, there was a mention of a roadmap, that there was one
Right.
coming.
Yes.
And now we're wondering, when will it exactly show up?
See, when
It
was
could be
that
soon.
announcement?
Could be soon. And it's just very interesting because we don't know anything about what is to come. Yeah, they'll release. This is our planned action for when we're going to release a roadmap. Essentially, a roadmap for their
For
roadmap.
releasing the roadmap. Yeah, let's make a plan to make a plan.
Yeah, so Drakeling, this is where you find that the select bar, it would be useful. Yeah, the select bar already has a solution for this, where there is a paving option. Let's see how good it is. So I do that, but then
Right.
I'd have to click this tile, and then I'd have to click paving.
Right. Whereas normally you don't have to click anything. You just hover your mouse over the thing and click the button on
Yeah.
your key.
So at this point, the
keyboard.
keybind would be better, and the solution of a default action, if they allowed us to choose which action it was, would actually be more preferable than the select bar. Because the one thing that I found, I think, highly annoying about the select bar was the fact that you actually have to select the item. This is the only time in this whole game where you actually have to click on an item to update the select bar. And I think what they were eventually planning on doing was making it so that you would just have to go into this whole mouse free look option, and then just by staying on, but by hovering over one of them, it would automatically select it, and therefore you would just hover over something and then click the select item. It just never got to that point.
I bet you and I are probably doing these things slightly differently. So I'd be interested to know and compare how you're doing this, like what buttons you're pressing to take the slate slab out into your inventory, to activate
Okay, so
that slate
I
slab.
do have a hotkey
Okay.
to grab an item or to take an item.
Oh, I see. I have it in the. That's a good point. I put them in this crate, but you're just putting them in your inventory of your cart.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, at least I
that's
have
like
enough
genius.
to do that. So I
I'm gonna
have
do that.
a batch of marble slate. I click my take button, which I wish was the default key, to be honest. And then here I still have to activate the item and then choose, I guess, my paving hotkey, which is now
Okay.
Y.
So I also have a keybind for take. So I'll hover it over the slate slab. I'll take. Then I have to go over to my inventory and I'll click my activate keybind while hovering over the slate slab. And then I hover over the tile in the world and I press the pave button. So that's 1, 2, 3 buttons, I guess. Okay, so it's similar.
Yeah. So while we're doing this, so this might be very, very hard for everybody here to hear. We love Wurm, but we know that there's a lot of players that don't like Wurm, and it's hard to know exactly why they don't like it. They say stuff, even when players try to express what about the game that they don't like, it comes across as not helpful for the devs. Like if you're a dev and you're listening to someone talk about why they don't like your game and you're trying to get some sort of criticism, you're trying to get some constructive criticism to be able to improve your game, what happens, and you're trying to separate, let's say, the people that talk about your game, you're trying to separate the people that would not like your game at all, so they, like, no matter what you do, you can't help them, to the people that would like your game, if only, and there was some stuff about the game that they could improve.
Hello, how are you?
And so I should probably drag
Yeah,
a
but
bunch more
Pomona
out
slate
here.
slab sitting here. Confused me for a
What?
second. I'm like, did I drop a slate slab?
Did we drop a slate
Nope.
slab?
Nope.
Oh my god, Pomona. Can you, I mean, since you're there, I'm thinking that you're watching. Can you just pave yourself into the ground? It'll save us having to do one of these. All right, so why am I even bringing this up? So this might be really hard for everybody to hear, but I was reading Massively OP, and they have a long running article series where they go and they play, they let players determine, or the readers determine, which game that the series will cover, and then the person writing the article would have to go into the game and experience the game and then write about it. And then every single article, they would create like almost like a choose your own adventure, where they would put up a vote and say, what do you want me to do in this game next? And then the player or the reader would decide what they want to do. So they recently did this with Wurm, and I did not realize they were doing this. And I was reading the article, and at first it made me not happy. And then it made me, I took a step back and tried to deduce, okay, well, why didn't it make me happy? Well, was I really expecting anything different? Is there anything in this article that we could use to determine certain things about our game? Because there's some players in this game that think that if only we had this, or if only we had a new this or that, then players would like this game. And when I'm going to read this article, and you're going to realize that's not really true. And so what I'd want to do with this experiment is read this article to you guys, and then what we're trying to do is to determine what exactly, whether we can separate actual criticisms of this game that could be useful versus things that just, like, this player just doesn't like this game at all. And so if you don't like hearing bad things about Wurm, or if you got a light heart, you might want to turn away for the next 5 minutes or so. But let me read this for you guys. So he starts off and he says, I have a feeling that this is going to be a short article and a probably completely inept series, because Wurm Online is definitely not the kind of game that one gets deep into for just a month. So they run this article over a month time. I believe he releases something every single week. And that's not to suggest that the game, that it seems deep right now, so much as the surface scratching is less than an epidermis and more like a shale. It's been a long, long while since I've been in an MMORPG where the most basic of functions were not immediately clear. But back then, that was because people didn't really have to have a handle on things like refinement or even what systems were best. It's why we had games where you had to hail NPCs, and why combat was mostly driven through a series of menu selections. Wait. Is combat not... Like these days in an MMORPG, do you do combat in a way where you're not using your mouse or keyboard?
No,
that is not driven through a series of clicks and like button presses.
Usually
now he did say
menu selections. It's not.
He
menu
did say
selections.
menu selections. So what do you mean by usually it's not menu selections?
Like usually it's action bars.
The action bar is a menu.
Right. But like pressing 1, 2, 3 to select your actions.
This is something that I don't understand, because clicking 1, 2, and 3 is not fun sounding. But we do it all the time, and this is what games are. And so
I mean, we discussed what Wurm needs
I'm only
to do
on the
with
second.
combat.
I'm only on the
Yeah,
second paragraph.
Keep going.
So yeah,
keep going.
we're gonna keep going through this guy. Okay, to the game's credit, the tutorial does get one's feet wet. Well, you're handed the wild swath of basic tools you'll need, given a whole bunch of equipment, and provided some basic instructions on how to use those tools. After that, it was basically off to the new PvE server to just wander, and wonder, and try to get my head around things. So this paragraph's not too bad. So he's basically saying he liked the new tutorial. Great. And as we know, the new tutorial is essentially, here's how you dig, here's how you chop down a tree, here's how you mine, here's how you fight. Go into the game. So far, so good. So he's saying he went through the tutorial, so now he knows how to dig, how to chop down a tree, how to mine, and how to fight. Because that's what he should have learned in the tutorial. And he's proving that with that paragraph. All right, so let's see what else he has to say. So most of the primary complaints here stem from the use of equipment. And when he says equipment, he actually means items, not equipment. Not only do you have to actually equip a tool, which we all know you don't, but you also have to activate it by double-clicking on the tool in your inventory, in what I can only assume is a throwback to ye old olden days of when MMORPG developers weren't really sure of how to refine this sort of thing. It admittedly took me a while to recall that. Not sure what he's saying here. And it was only recalled because he went to the Wurmpedia, which, by the way, has links to pretty much every single item to the game. Every single thing that is laid out in the game's world. I'm pretty sure there's Wurmpedia entries for empty wagons that just sit around town. So he's making fun of the starter towns and everybody making their own carts, I'm assuming, and not wagons. So this paragraph for, I guess players, this one's a little bit more hard to swallow because he's relaying some misinformation about how the game is actually played by saying that you first have to equip a tool and then you have to activate a tool to use it.
But you have to like look at this as this is his honest
now
view
this
of
is
the
his
game,
honest
right?
opinion,
Like,
right? So he believes, based on the way that he played it, that you have to equip a tool and then activate a tool to use it,
which is telling of like the confusing nature of the way that things are done in this game.
Yeah, so we know that it's different. This game is different. It's different in the mechanics. It's different in the way that you perform really any action just by the sheer force. I'm surprised he didn't mention that you have to left click to look around and then right click to interact with the game.
Yeah,
because that's different than every other game. But yeah, it shows that there is some confusion on his part. All right, so next paragraph. So once I found out through the instructions that weren't immediately in the game, I started to work out how to chop down a tree, break it down into further logs, and then refine those logs into a bunch of materials. Now this sentence I don't understand at all, because he had just said that he liked the tutorial and the tutorial was good for him to learn a little bit of the game, and we just deduced the fact that in the tutorial you learn how to chop down a tree. So then why a paragraph later is he talking about that he had to go out of the game to learn how to chop down a tree? Not sure. So maybe he didn't really go through the tutorial and he was, I don't know, he did something else, or he went through the tutorial, missed the tree section, and then tried later to determine how to chop down a tree. I'm not sure, but it's a little confusing for me. So then then later he ultimately saw that his character was getting encumbered more than she actually was. And it says, yes, from the very off, my starting character is already bearing the load of too much to hold for her to bear the mere dint of wearing armor. Another possible throwback that makes about as much logical sense as coin weight does. I'm not really sure. I believe what this person's trying to say is that they chop down a tree, they put logs in their inventory, put armor on, and then wondered why they weren't moving. And then said, deduced in the end of the fact that this doesn't make logical sense to them. Why can't I move? Just because of this. I picked up some newbie logs. I should be able to walk forever. So this almost paragraph to me made it feel like, okay, this is not a player that enjoys this type of game. Yeah, and like that's what it comes down. Like this was somebody that's never played a survival type of game of any kind and doesn't understand it. Which is okay if they don't understand it. Let's see if there is anything that they actually say that we could use as constructive criticism towards this game. So then
player.
So then, of course, there was the fact that the Wurmpedia seems to be the primary guiding hand for the game. Stubbornly, I've been ignoring it to this point. But I get the feeling I'm only hamstringing myself by doing so. The thing is, though, that if you need like a guide outside of the game in order to figure out how to play the game, you might want to consider going back to the drawing board, is what he said. I don't agree with that at all.
Right.
Has anybody ever played a game and has never watched a video or read anything about that game you were playing that you enjoyed ever?
To go learn something.
Something about the game. And what instead I find, the argument is, this is the argument that I think that a lot of us fall victim of, right? The games that we don't like, when we're playing it, we always use the excuse of, oh man, I don't know what to do, and they need to tell me what to do in the game. Like in the MMO RPG.
So what you're suggesting is that he's not liking it for other reasons, and he's making up things that are like annoying.
No, it's like
to say why he doesn't like it.
When you're playing a game and you don't like it, you start making up excuses that are not really
precise
reason why you're not enjoying it. And one of them that I think a lot of us use, and he's falling victim of it here, is the excuse that I should be able to know everything about a game while I play it. And if I had to go outside of the game, then the game developers have done it wrong.
Right.
And
maybe like, Call of Duty's like that. But I would even say WoW and any other MMO, you will find people are often going outside of the game.
Every game. I remember you talking about going in World of Warcraft and watching videos and reading strategies and doing all this stuff outside the game to get better, to be able to play this game.
Right. And I think that somebody, who was it that said at the beginning?
So I could have used that same argument in World of Warcraft if I didn't like that game. I could have.
Sipiku was saying and this is the reason why it's different in Wurm compared to World of Warcraft. In World of Warcraft, you're only going to start doing these things near the end of the game when things start getting like really difficult. Whereas in Wurm, the most difficult part of the game is right at the beginning, and that's when you're going to need to look up most of your guides and things like that.
Right. Every game we had some sort of offline resource that we use somewhere. Yeah. And because we like the game, there was never a comment that we would say, oh, it's not in the game, so why are we using it? We're only using the stuff in the game. You only ever say that. And I think we're all somewhat victim of this, or like have done this before, is blame a game for not having everything in the game for only the games that we don't like.
Right.
We use it as an excuse. And it's kind of hard when they're using it as an excuse in an article that's supposed to be professional. Anyway.
Right, keep going.
So these complaints are on top of a number of small and just generally weird design decisions that only serve to exacerbate an already overall strange experience for me. So there's a good sentence where Wurm is like a survival game, like Wurm is a very strange for him. So already, he's used to a very specific WoW type formula, and this doesn't provide it. And he's having a hard time accepting it. So then he goes, here's another one. You can't jump. That's the whole sentence, by the way. You can't jump.
You can't jump, yeah.
And then he says, and apparently you don't need to. If you want your compass to work, you'll have to stand still for 15 seconds before it orients itself. And then he says, by the way, that's not how compasses work. You don't click on trees. Here's a great sentence. You don't click on trees to harvest them so much as you click on the tile of ground of a tree it's sitting on in order to interact with it. So I think this is the first constructive criticism here, this sentence. Because even though we are used to it and we click on the ground, every single player that plays this game, if you watch any newbie let's play of this game, the first thing they try to do is click on the tree. So I wonder if they could just do that, if like the devs could figure out a way so that the tree is clickable. Maybe the tree and the ground is like highlighted when you click on it, or maybe it's just the tree. You know, the stump, for example, becomes clickable after you chop down a tree.
I think they just need to make it so that the tree and the tile together are one item. I don't know how hard that is to do.
It could be something like that. But that's true that most players have a hard time with that at the start. And maybe that's something that they could do. I mean, it won't
That's
save this player, but
it's definitely a remnant of the past of how this game was coded in the first place.
yeah. So at this point, what we're trying to do is just separate some sort of constructive criticism that would help the game in the long run.
Hey, Mr. Laggy.
And hey, Mr. Laggy, we're about 70% through an article. There's only 2 more paragraphs. So yeah, we're 70% through this article, guys. All right. So the last
first valid criticism.
sort of constructive criticism here. And then it goes, okay, but then I might not be the Wurm Online's target audience. They finally realizes or is stating that he should have stated that at the beginning, I would say.
I know.
It's obviously doing something right enough that a bunch of people have been flocking this game since its Steam launch, and perhaps I just need to slow down and take things piece by piece, which is frustrating to me. But if that's the way this game is meant to be played, then I suppose so be it. I'm going to stubbornly stick it out on this PvE world I've stumbled into. But I guess the only poll option I can come up with is whether to blatantly disregard the Wurmpedia and figure things out on my own, or sit put and read up on it first. On the one hand, reading up would certainly be a smart thing to do, but on the other hand, I did feel like sorting things out, like how to break down wood and into construction materials by myself, is part of the discovery. I love how his example is something that you learn in the tutorial of what he learned in the Wurmpedia, which is just odd. So then he's asking the people reading this article of whether his choices are read up on Wurmpedia or ignore Wurmpedia completely and just play the game, which is the weirdest choices to me that he could come up with, because he's basically saying, I don't know what the heck I'm doing here. I don't understand this type of game. So the choice here is a choice that no one should ever have to make. Why is it one or the other? Why isn't there a choice? Play the game, and when you find something wrong or that you need to learn, read up on it on Wurmpedia. Why does he have to read up on Wurmpedia before he plays any of the game? That wouldn't make sense either. And it just shows that he's fallen into that trap of learn the entire game on Wurmpedia and then I'll play it. Like, who plays that way? Why is that an option in this article? But yes, the mechanics itself, who wants to die? So you're a fairly new player too, aren't you? So the mechanics are not intuitive. They're not. In the sense that they're not that they're not intuitive, but they are not the standard MMO templated controls.
Right.
That's what they're not. And when did those standard MMO controls come into this genre? Around the World of Warcraft time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, and then everybody just sort of copied it, and it became sort of a standard. Wait, what are you doing?
I decided I'm gonna flatten this out. I am bothered by the.
It's true that the WASD was not created by World of Warcraft. And EQ2, I don't even remember what their controls was when they released. And they came out like 1 week before.
1 week before, yeah. It's not.
And there was a lot about World of Warcraft that was invented or came to be through EverQuest.
Right, like EverQuest switched to those templates after World of Warcraft.
As far as mechanics and stuff, but there was in-game, all the chat options and a lot of the way that you interact, and not interact with the world, but the way that things happen within the world was very similar to EverQuest 1.
We're not saying that
but
WoW invented it all. It's that they set the standard. Every game after that had to match
specifically
that
to
kind of template.
MMOs, by the way.
Right, specifically to MMOs. Like, for sure, Anarchy Online, EverQuest, and all these older MMOs had elements, but they were not standardized. You know, like one game had it one way, another game had it another way. Like EverQuest, at first, you only had the arrow keys to move around. Like WASD wasn't part of EverQuest at the beginning. Right. Like it became really standard that WASD and you know, space was jump and these sorts of things became standard.
And what's a standard? It's just the majority of people that play in this genre, how they think the controls should be. And in World of Warcraft, that's how they standardized it. They made the most popular game, and then everybody played it.
Yeah.
And that's how you become a standard.
It's because it became the most popular. That's why. Yeah.
That's all that means. What are we doing here?
Uncovering all the rock. I want to. So there's just a couple corners that need to be fixed here.
Yeah, and the only reason we're bringing this up, Serotonin, is because of everybody thinking that this is a standard now, then they come to a game like Wurm where it doesn't do this sort of same standard, and then we get articles like this. And that's the only reason. Like, I don't believe there should be a standard. I mean, a standard would be like a controller. Your gaming controller is a standard. It's the reason why we don't get weird and funky looking gaming controllers anymore. Because if somebody came out with a weird and funky game controller, people would obviously start questioning it and wondering why they have weird buttons in weird spots. And that's why all the controls look exactly the same these days. And so they're doing the same thing with Wurm. Wurm has a different...
Right. How did it work out for Wii?
Yeah, and we basically came in and said, forget about controllers and the controller scheme, which I would argue with Wii has the exact same layout for where things are, right? The only difference is that they wanted to incorporate a brand new motion detection sort of system. But as far as like, they've got they have buttons, and they have the trigger button, and they have the what is it called, the D-pad, and they have like the analog stick, and they have all these elements. Like, imagine if the Wii controller had no buttons and all it was motion.
I think you're getting confused between the word standard and original. Like, of course, World of Warcraft did not have these controller schemes as the original, but they popularized them to the point where everybody started playing this game in comparison to most other games, right? Like, you compare the population of World of Warcraft to all those other games that came before it, and it just eclipsed it so much that now all of a sudden, because so many people know these controller schemes, it's like any subsequent game had to have those particular ones.
The 90s is something different for computer games. Because if you remember the 90s, like I'm not sure if you're talking about the whole 90s here, because I remember the whole 90s, and we were not using WASD in the 90s.
We were not using WASD. Definitely
What
not.
we were doing is, yeah, and we're more talking about World of Warcraft as setting a standard for MMO design. Remember that EverQuest was the largest MMORPG, and it had like 200,000 people playing, something like that, maybe 300.
Was it that many even?
We're talking about like the highest point. It was very big, and then World of Warcraft came out and had, God, 15 million. Like, it wasn't even close. The amount of players playing around the world of this game. It was not. It was not close. Yeah, 400,000 at its peak. And so the problem is that when you have 16 million people playing World of Warcraft, and then because of that, many other games after it borrowed a lot of its mechanical elements that, yes, they didn't invent.
Were borrowed from others, yeah.
Were borrowed from other games. All of a sudden, it becomes the industry standard. And that's become the problem. The problem is that we have we have too many players that have a specific set of mind of how a game should be played, and they come to Wurm, and it's not like that. And that's really the problem. Anyway, so...
Did we finish reading the article?
I did. That was the end of the article.
Okay, that was the end of the article.
So what do you think
curious to know what the next one is going to be like.
So what do you think they chose? So he presented this vote, which is just the dumbest vote ever. Either he's going to be in the game and not look up anything on Wurmpedia, or he's going to look up Wurmpedia, do all this research about the game ahead of time, and then he's going to play the game.
Did he make a decision, or did the
voting's done? The voting's done.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my guess is that it was to read up on the Wurmpedia.
You would be right.
I'm glad, because I don't know if I could read the next one if he didn't. Oh, and I'm crashing again, man. So
here's what's... I mean, a lot of people commented. You can read the comments. You find these days that Wurmpedia, or Massively OP, has an audience that is not very big on survival games and that sort of thing. They're very big on the traditional MMO combat formula of EverQuest and World of Warcraft. So they're very big on those types of games, and they don't really like to cover anymore the other types of games, really. And their audience really showcases that. And there's one comment that kind of showcases our all of our biases over games when we don't like them. And so this is the comment that the guy said: "I voted for self-discovery for the simple fact that if you have to read a wiki for gameplay, then that's terrible game design. So you should try to play the game as it is and only search the wiki for things you otherwise would in any other game," right? That should have been the option in the vote. Play the game and then search the wiki when you need help. Like, that's basically what the guy's saying. Like, why isn't that an option?
Right.
That's how this game's built. He even mentioned it, that the game has a wiki button that you can use to read the game. I wonder if he would
wiki inside,
feel better, or if a criticism could potentially be that the wiki should be within the game itself. Like, they should have some sort of template of you being able to read, which actually used to have, like, we used to have that. We used to have the in-game wiki, and it was terrible, but it was there at least.
Yeah. Who wants to die wants to see this guy play chess for the first time.
Well, why are we doing all this
the
again?
strategies. Okay, so hold on. You see this corner here? This corner here?
Can you imagine this guy playing any board game ever?
This corner is 7 slope higher than the board, and I kind of want it to be flat with the board. And
That
this one
corner?
and this one, yeah, this corner here, so that this tile, I want
Why do
this
you want it
tile
to
that
be
I'm standing
flat?
on. I decided I kind of want it to be flat, and that way we
Oh.
can make a flat border around the whole thing. I think it'll look
Oh. For a flat border, wouldn't we need to raise that side completely?
Yeah, we'll raise it, yeah.
And what happened to your game?
It crashed. Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, it
Adam's
crashed,
game
and
crashed, and you need to.
Oh, right. I have to do
Share your
again.
thing.
Right. Sorry. Yeah, I know. Ugh. I am very soon going to be investing in a new computer
All right, hold on a second.
that should not crash anymore. It's
Okay,
literally
we're
crashing
back.
because I'm doing too many things at once.
Oh wow!
It doesn't like.
And you
it
just got your
specifically-
gaming laptop. Not just got. When did you get it? 2 years ago?
No.
3
It's
years
been
ago.
4 years. It's been 4 or 5 years now.
ago.
I got it right after the NVIDIA 10 series came out.
Okay, that was a while ago.
So that was like, it's not like old, but it's not new. Definitely not new.
Anyway, it was. I wanted to read that article. It was interesting to see how people react to a game like Wurm Online and then publicize it, because a lot of us might be under the impression that if only we just change such and such or this or that, more players would come in. If only we had a better combat system is a common one. Just include a common combat system, we'd have players come into this game and not think that this game is like this article. And the truth of the matter is, this game is just a niche game. There's players that will not ever understand it, like this guy. And the majority of players are like this guy, unfortunately.
Right. Unfortunately.
And then there's all of us. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to find more players like us. And if a new combat system will help us find more players like us, then fine. That they should work on it. But I would argue that they shouldn't really be working at the moment on trying to appease players that are not in this game anymore. They should be trying to flesh out this game for the players that are in it right now, so that we have an overall better game, so that when a player does come into the game and enjoys it like we do, they now get the benefit of a more in-depth Wurm Online. But
Right. Esham's saying the turn-based combat was what turned off some of my friends. The reality is that it's not actually a turn-based combat, right? Like turn-based combat implies that, okay, it's my turn now. I go and do my move. Okay. Oh, okay. Now I'm done my move. Now it's your turn to go, and you now do your move, and so on and so forth. This is actually very, very similar to a WoW-based combat, a tab target, but without the tab, but a target-based combat system with an auto attack, similar to how WoW's auto attack is, like the white damage. The only thing it's really missing is the activate abilities, like all those
That's
other
true.
games have, right?
I mean, that's. I do want to go into this entire combat
Right.
discussion, which will take us a
Do we
long
have that?
time.
Right. Was that on our list or no?
It was
I think
not
we were
on our
gonna save
list.
that for next time. Save it for another
There's
one.
a crazy amount of stuff they could do with combat. There's stuff that we wish that they could do. There's stuff that players want them to do. What should they do? I don't know. I really hope it's on the list. This
Roadmap.
roadmap list would be combat and a new player model with full animations. But you're right, Seppuku saying because combat system is, 20 years old type of combat system, the players, the game retains the building side of it. So then it is fair to say expanding the building side of Wurm that is already matured, or bring other systems that might interest other players up to date, so that they can complement each other. Some are hunters, some are gatherers. Together, Wurmian best game of 2021. Yeah. So, I mean, in going off on what you're saying, Seppuku, if they were to, for example, give us a combat system, they would need to do it in a fashion that expands on what we already have and allows them to make it so combat is something that heightens the building / profession side of the game, crafting side of the game.
Right. Because that's what Wurm is all about, ultimately.
It needs to go hand in hand and together, so that even though we could have hunter type players and have builder type players and have, crafter type players and all these different types of players, they all need to be able to mesh together so that they're complementing each other in some way. So it can't just be a combat system like in other combat centric games, because in those games combat is the focus and everything else, whether they have crafting or anything else, is supplementary to its combat. And in this game, everything just sort of has to be equal, and then they all have to relate back to each other in some way.
Yeah. They have to complement each other.
They all have to complement each other as their primary focus.
Right. The way the cooking system is a good example of this, how cooking is intricately tied to hunting and finding bees and farming and, all
that's where
sorts
the
of
game
things.
shines.
Yeah.
That is where the
We
game
need more of
shines.
that.
And that's why anything that they do within the combat system would have to be like Wurmified, would need to have the progression that we have within the other systems, which we currently don't have with combat, and the ability to have hunters be like starting off in one place. This is basically what I mean. Would graduate to like a different type of hunting, then graduate to a different like encounters or experience, all the way to the top. Like right now, if you really think about it, we have kill animals and then rifts and uniques. So that's on the PvE server. Those are like the two types of different hunting type of things that we have. Right, so it's essentially the system that we have is kill bears and seals and like all these animals,
Crocs,
so that
those things.
your skill is high enough to eventually go to a rift. And then the rift is like a different experience, or go to a unique slaying, which is a different type of experience. There's nothing in between. And so they would have to fill that progression up a little more with different things that you could do, different things that are easy to do, to grind on, to level up on, that's different and unique and fun. And then as far as game mechanics go, that's like a different thing what they could do. Just make it so that there's progression. Essentially, they just need to make it there's progression, that there's things, there's rewards,
See,
and that there's
serotonin. Yeah, Seppuku is referring to when you get to the point in the game where you have high skill and you have good quality weapons and good gear. And we have experienced this where you literally don't need to pay attention when you're fighting. Like on my main character, I could have 3 trolls walk up to me while I'm completely away from the computer, and I will come back to the 3 trolls dead. You know? Or I've had it once where I was accidentally targeting a mountain lion that was like way far away, and a troll walked up to me and was killing me, and I must have been away for about a half hour. I come back and I'm still alive. Like the troll is still killing me and I'm not able to kill it back because I'm targeted something else. But I didn't die from it. I think I might have had to wait. I don't even know, actually. I think I might have been healing faster than it was killing me. I honestly think. And so, yeah, like it does get to the point where you can literally AFK fight hordes and hordes of mobs and you don't really have to think about it.
Yeah, so
it is.
That's not the problem. Like that's not the problem in this game, the fact that you can get to that point. The problem is now that you're there,
now what?
Now what?
Like, it's no longer fun, right?
Like what's the next, what's the progress? What's the progression here in combat? And the thing is that just there isn't one. There's no progress. And so that's what I feel they should be working on when they talk about the combat system. And it's not about as much about it, the mechanics and like making it more dynamically fun, which I still think they have to do. But if they only did that, they only worked on the mechanics and gave us a more interactive type of system where we're fighting animals, the game would still not be fun for combat for hunters because there's not really that much content for them.
Yeah,
the key word here is really they have to do just look at progression and look at where they should be progressing any system really that they want to add into this game.
We would think what would help new players form their own goals. Like when he started, he was instantly interested in the game when seeing one of our labyrinths back in the day, which gave the motivation. I think part of it is seeing what is possible in this game does start sparking ideas in your mind. You know, like at first, if you're just a new player, let's say you just got Wurm Unlimited and you're a new player and you hop in the game single player, right? The chances that you're going to think of the types of things that are possible in this game, like all the things that are possible, is very slim, right? So I think having people stream the game is a great positive force for this, and people showcasing like what is possible. Like Kitschy, for example, who does those time lapses of the constructions, is just a great way to showcase what is possible in this game. But ultimately, I think that there's going to be a lot of people for whom this game is just not for. So they're going to look at these things and go, "Oh, that's amazing, but I cannot stand how slow the game is," or whatever it is.
I mean, both of you guys here have great comments and questions. So Seppuku, this is why PvP should be Wurm's endgame. It provides a human AI. Devs cannot code that. And that is 100% true. That PvP was intended to sort of be its own endgame, I guess. Thanks so much for the follow, Stoic Jester. The problem really comes down to the fact that, I mean, we have it in the game. It's something that people can do, and people just don't want to do it.
Right.
And so when you get to that conclusion where you can't force players to go over to the PvP server, here's where the player base mostly is on the newer servers that are the PvE side. What are they supposed to do? Like, what are the devs supposed to do at that point? They then have to cater to the PvE side, which is fine. Doesn't mean that the PvP side is gone. It should still be there for players that need to go there to get that extra experience, which is, I think, is great. We did it once and got that experience, but really the focus.
You'll never PvP at all. You and your wife, yeah. It's not for us either. I think.
Yeah, the end goal is that there are things that they could do to improve the PvE progression, and that's where I think that they would need to focus on if they're really wanting to grow this game. Right? Because the wrong move for them right now would be to then focus on the PvP progression. That doesn't benefit PvE players at all. And then I remember times where that was actually happening a lot in the past when we first started. And I was almost wondering, like, if only they focused on the PvE side, this would be a lot better. And then they actually did. Later on, there was a shift. Anyway,
and did we like Jackal?
And then so Jackal. So this is a great question too, because the answer is the fact that we never played Jackal.
Right.
Unfortunately. And so the problem really comes, and I think we're not the only ones here in thinking this, but Jackal itself had the problem of it being time limited. It was very specific amount of time. Here's where it opened. Here's where it closes. Here's the challenge. Go do it. Which might be amazing. Like, oh my god, thanks so much for the gifted sub.
Yeah,
nice guy for you. You gifted the sub to Serotonin Junkie. But yeah, so here's the issue.
He said he's paying forward the gift that they got from Deathwind.
Aw, nice guy.
Yeah, that's awesome.
This comes the problem with a thing like Jackal, which is, should they just do more Jackals like all the time? The problem really comes down to, and I think a lot of people have this problem too, is that if you're putting like time on a lot of your events, and I've always had this problem with MMOs, we can't all be on at the exact same time to do the exact same thing or the exact same events.
Right.
There's going to be people that miss out.
Because Serotonin asked, what are rifts? We should maybe talk about that, because this relates exactly to what we're talking about right now.
Yeah. So rifts, they're not on the new servers. They will come to the new servers as far as I'm concerned. But they're just essentially just, you'll see a beam of light from far away on your server somewhere. And if you go to that light at a very specific time, the event basically starts, and then monsters will come out of that thing, and it's like it's a hunting event. Monsters come out in streams and waves, and then all of the people there will try to kill them. That's essentially
it requires a lot of people to work together to kill. It's like really high level fighting.
You essentially have to stop what you're doing. The rewards are great. Yeah, we don't have to talk about them, but you stop what you're doing, you go towards the rift, and you camp out until the rift starts. That's what people do. And so for hunters, it's great.
They prepare by building up structures that will help the fight go better, like little areas that you can back off and heal and stuff. So
sounds great. It's something very similar to what I was asking for a long time ago as far as encounters, like mob encounters and that sort of thing was concerned. Boss encounters. The problem, though,
converted from a Prime Gaming sub to a Tier 1 sub. I'm not sure what that is or what that means, but
are you around, Zach?
For that.
What's going on? The problem is, imagine so the rift is going to start. You go there, and then you realize that the rift starts at like 3 a.m. your time.
Right. It starts at a very specific time.
Right. You don't have the ability to You don't have the ability to trigger a rift. You don't have the ability to like gather around, let's say, your alliance, and then try to start a rift yourself, and then get your guys pumped. You can't control that event. The event controls you.
Yeah.
And so
You have to figure out exactly when it's going to start, and then you have to be there when it starts. And it depends on how many people are there, but it's going to take an hour to 3 hours or something like that to finish. And if you're not available at that time, it's like the same as missing a television show that you're not available for.
yeah, it's the same with the unique killings. Exactly typical. And
Same
this
with
is
the unique
why
killings, right?
back in whenever it was, I don't know, 2013, I was thinking, you know what this game needs? Like before Rifts, I said, this game needs chess. Yes, this game needs chess. And that's what we're going to do. And you know what else this game needs? This game needs a way to be able to create your own events for your own alliance that's around some sort of combat mechanic. And the way that I had thought of it back in the day was this: you and your alliance would be able to create, let's say, a deed somewhere, let's say up in the mountains. And up in the mountains, you're creating, like, you're building this like ritual, some sort of ritual grounds of some kind, based on some kind of requirement. And then at the end of it, you would be able to then trigger somehow, either through, I don't know, priesting or something, I don't know. You'd be able to trigger the ritual that would summon a monster, like a big monster or monsters, to that area. And then your alliance would be able to say, okay, at this time we're going to start this event, and then you trigger it, and then you go through the event, much like what Rifts ended up turning into.
Yeah.
And then I
once
thought,
it's all done,
once it's all done, it destroys your, like, the event destroys your structures. You do it again. If you wanted to do it again, you'd have to spend the time building that thing again somewhere. And then I thought, okay, well, then they could have like many cool different encounters. Like on top of a mountain could summon these type of mobs. By the water could summon these type of water mobs. And then in a mine, you can build this. And you could, there'd be different types of encounters that you can create and you can choose to do. And now the control comes back to the players. And then you would have alliance. You would have alliance. I don't know, of not just events but goals to go to accomplish. Because it would take a while to create this whole structure and this ritual thing go on, and then
mentions custom event creation could be power gained by people with their alts, and that's true. But couldn't you also say the same thing about uniques? And maybe there is something to be said about, like, let that be. Like, let people make their 10 alts and power game some custom this creation, the event creation thing, because like they paid that much money for their characters, and that's just good for the game to have people who are willing to premium up 10 alts or whatever. I don't see any problem with that.
Is there any other game that you're willing to premium 10 characters?
Oh, and thanks for the follow. Who's that?
I mean, and that just goes with everything in this game, right? Like,
right.
You can create those characters. These encounters are not stopping that.
Sure, but people will always say that as long as you're able to premium up however many alts you want. Zek9!
Zek9.
That's awesome.
Thanks so much for the cheers. Wurm is pay to win.
Yeah.
I mean, the Wurm is less pay to win for something like that than it is already. And I'd argue that if they just removed the ability to purchase silver, let's say, this would be a controversial topic, but Wurm could be saying that we're pay to win because you can purchase silver. Well, how about if they removed the ability to purchase silver and they put into the game the ability to earn silver faster, different ways? And then all of a sudden, the game itself is operating in a way where you're playing it, you know how to earn silver in the game, and silver's only used for such and such, like deeds and trading with players. Like, how about if they got rid of silver? Would the game change so much?
Yeah, and the other thing about pay to win is that really, in order for it to be pay to win, there has to be some, like, you have to be able to lose, right? Like, one person's going to win and therefore the other people are going to lose. I don't think that that's the case in this game, really. Like, I think when you have somebody, quote unquote, paying to win, in fact, everybody else around them also wins because that person's, let's say, making a very powerful priest and using their massive alt army to do their sermons and stuff like that. It's like everyone around them benefits from that and also wins. So I don't know. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Yeah,
Deeds get stolen
true.
for free to play. Yeah, well, it is a pay to play game. That's for sure. If you're not paying to play the game, you're trying to play free. You're definitely going to be at a disadvantage in those sorts of situations where somebody can deed your area. That's for sure. So it's a pay to play, but I wouldn't call it a pay to win, really.
And that's also a good example. Typical. You sold a cog, and then you felt like you won. You personally, you had a personal win, and that's what this game is great on doing. Everybody has their personal wins, and
tons of that.
What this game doesn't have is this is a bad way of saying it. You have a lot of personal wins, and you have a lot of personal you could potentially have a lot of personal like failures, but what it doesn't have is, especially on the PvE server, is any kind of confrontation where somebody will win and somebody will lose. I don't really understand the idea or the thought on why people feel that there's confrontation in like an army of alts. Like how did that stop you from playing the game or make you feel like the game is somehow hindering your experience in it?
Right, the zero-sum confrontations in Wurm regarding deed disputes. Yeah, there are those types of disputes for sure in this game. Especially when it comes to like perimeter regions. You know, if I put a mine in my perimeter, for example, and then somebody else deeds right up against my deed, so I can't expand my perimeter, and then that other person can now destroy my mine if they wanted to, or other things.
Can they really though?
I mean, they could take their mag priest and collapse everything if they wanted to. If it's in the perimeter.
So here's the thing, Zek 9. That's a very good point here. That you have like a lot of terraforming to do, for example, and then so your solution was to get 3 alts, and then because it's faster, which is true at your level, but if you had a high level terraformer and digger that had a high level shovel, and you did all this work to get to that point, you kind of at that point find less need for alts because your guy can dig so fast at that point that you're sitting there like digging and you've dug 20 out, and there's your alt that's dug like one thing, and it's just like, or 2 things out, and you're just like, why do I have this extra person? Why am I doing that? But at lower levels, and this goes for everything. Adam for mining, for example. Adam got to the point in mining on the old servers where what was your action timers? Like nothing.
like under 2 seconds. Although they did change it at some point. They changed the mining timers so that it wasn't as good. But
We're
still
building
like
houses.
in the 2 second range. In the 2
We were
second
building
range.
houses where the action timer was like 2 to 3 seconds
2 something.
for
yeah,
all
in
of the
2.
queues, like 6 queues. And we were queuing 6 times, and then it was like 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, and then you're
Yeah.
building walls like it was nothing. And that's the progression of this game, right? As you progress in this game, things become easier.
And serotonin,
That's
it's
like-
not just the tool that you're using. If you have low skill and you're using an epic tool, it's still not gonna be that great. Skill is everything in this game in terms of
Yeah. What a lot of players fail to realize when they first start this game, I mean, it's the newbie experience. So when I join this game and I come in and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna dig, and so I start digging, and then I just drop everything back on the ground, and then dig, and then drop everything back on the ground, because I don't care about the dirt or the sand or whatever. I'm digging because I need the digging skill. Skill is king. When you're chopping down trees, I'm not worried about the logs. I'm worried about my skill for wood cutting.
because those logs are going to be useless at some point.
So when everybody was busy trying to go find like their deed or trying to build a house or trying to do this stuff, I mean, this goes to like building boats, for example. If anybody's building a boat right now, it's great to say, I want to build that boat, but what you really should be concerned of is, I want to be the best boat maker. So forget about my boat. It would be faster for you to level up your boat making skills for your shipbuilding through the act of improving stuff, get high level shipbuilding, and then build your boat. Because all of a sudden your boat becomes really easy to make. And then you can make more than one boat. You don't have to sit there and power through hours and hours of failing to build your boat.
Yeah.
Which you
The
can.
sloth-
You can do it and it will work, but it just takes so long.
Sloth and serotonin bring up an interesting point that I think should be commented on. So Sloth says, joined Wurm when Melody released. Do I have time to build a long-term high-skill character, or will Melody be drained of resources by the time I get there? And serotonin responds, Sloth, everyone's deeding Mel to prevent resource exhaustion. And I've seen this. Like, people are putting deeds down simply as a preservation technique. But, we've been playing long enough to know resources don't run out in this game. They get
There's
they get
no
replenished.
such thing as there's no such thing as
There's no such
deed.
thing. Like, there was jokes way back in the day, I remember, like thinking like, what happens when we dig all the dirt off of the world?
Yeah.
Like,
What if we destroy all of the dirt everywhere and
Yeah.
like just rot it, let it rot, and that
right,
won't ever
trees
happen.
get cut down, but trees also grow back, right? You don't even have to replant it. Like, it grows back on its own. All it takes is time, right? And the servers haven't been up that long for people to see that,
So-
right? Like, that whole area around the starter deed where it got completely decimated of trees, you come back in 1 year and you're going to look at it, like in a year. It's totally. But we're talking about, Slots was saying, like, for my long-term character progression, will I have time to build up my high skills? And the answer is yes, because
Yeah, like the question is,
time
would
you-
there not be any more like iron veins somewhere, or would there
Right.
not be any more something? Would they be exhausted, and then by the time you're high level and you finally want to use those materials, like there's no such thing
Equipment.
as a specific material being extinct from this game. That doesn't happen.
Yeah. Mine tiles, so Perry Allen's saying mine tiles will collapse, and there is a chance that a collapse will happen and it's a vein. And we've had that happen to us. We've had the situation where our tunnel entrance, do you remember this on our very first labyrinth,
Yeah.
right? We
Yep.
had a tunnel entrance into the mine area and it collapsed and it was
I
a
think
vein.
it turned into copper or something.
Copper vein. So we had to go around it and come out and just mine out the entire copper vein.
Mine
It was
like 5,000 or 6,000 copper
yeah, it was
ores
like
just to open
7,000
it up.
actions
Oh.
just to get it back open again.
Yeah,
It's
things
like
replenish all the time in this game.
Yeah,
It's a long-term game, right? So
it's
and
a long
and there's like you're saying, serotonin, you can change the way that the world looks. Like we had a time where someone decided, or we decided, we were part of a team,
Okay.
and somebody on the team decided we're going to remove this forest and build a desert.
Right. It was a forest.
And then everyone's like, well, if
and-
you do that, then all the trees would be gone. Right? Like, and
Yep.
yeah, all the trees would be gone. But the scare was that we would remove all the trees and there wouldn't be any trees, like ever, like anywhere, to be able to harvest. And you know, the desert happened and there were still
Yep.
trees.
Yep.
And doing that, by the way, creating your own desert works to create tiles that mobs will spawn on.
Right.
By the way, so if you want to create your own desert, you want to get like
Crocs.
gators and scorpions and that sort of thing, then
Yeah.
you know, we did it and it worked.
It
If you
was
want to create
humongous.
your step, humongous step, if you wanted to, you could.
No, you
and then
don't
you
have
would
trees
have-
in desert. That's the point. The trees were all gone.
The trees were all gone, but yeah, go ahead.
It's that on the server there was still an abundance of trees.
There was a concern from residents that they would have a hard time finding any trees if we did this. And the fact of the matter is that, like, it was just like even though it was a giant area, it was still like just a little tiny drop
Right.
of the amount
the
of trees
server.
on that server.
Yeah. There's more resources than one might imagine, even on the smaller servers like Melody.
All right, I think I went way too far here. 7, 5. Are we basically ready? Wait, where are you? Oh, there you are. Wait, what are you
I'm
doing over
just-
there?
I'm thinking long term, right? So, you see how, like, in the very back of the deed, it drops off substantially, and there's this little hump. We've now whittled the hump down to 2 tiles wide, and I kind of hate it. So,
So you want to
Okay.
remove this hump?
yeah, we've done enough though that we could now put the dirt back on the edge of the chessboard to bring it back flat.
Okay,
I
let me
think
do that.
That won't cause any problems, from what I'm thinking here.
Yeah.
And if it does, I might have to dig it back, but whatever.
So, serotonin there, you're saying it's hard to get resources on Melody. And I would say, like, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, different type of trees or different types of veins or that sort of thing. It doesn't matter what
Trees
server
are-
you're on, to be honest.
Right, yeah. There's
The
always gonna
game
be
is
some.
designed that you're not supposed to be able to have every resource around you.
Mhm.
Even on
Well,
Xanadu,
You can get to the point where you've created all of the resources that you need.
yeah,
around
you could create your own.
like
but
look
just-
at Makufer.
Yeah,
but yeah, like there should be a lack of resources, because it should entice you to have to, barter with people or trade or travel. Currently our main issue right now is trees, and I think, yeah, like, right, but wait, Overture, like, I guess if you're at Overture,
they don't want you to stay around that, by the way.
yeah, you
The,
don't want to
starter
stay
town.
around Overture. You look at just north of Overture is like a massive desert, right? And then there's like a small landmass that's definitely not going to have enough trees. So for sure, if you're going to deed around Overture, you're going to be hurting for trees. However, if you go south from there, if you cross the water and you go south, there is a vast
Nice.
forest there that has an abundance of trees, more trees than one person could cut down before the forest starts growing back behind them. But furthermore, if you really want to, you could play the long game and create your own forest. Turn that desert into a forest if you want. Get a couple full priest friends to help and wild growth the whole thing so all the trees grow really fast. There are means in this game to generate the resources you need.
Gatsper, you got 15,000 kilograms of lumber from the overture area. You went with a cart and collected all the lumber people had been chopping and leaving on the ground.
Yeah.
So here's a good question. What are the chess pieces going to be? And I was about to ask that question because...
good question, yes.
Because we had created chessboards in the past. But I'm wondering if we should just do the same thing.
Right, so I was trying to remember.
It will be statues. It will be statues.
It will be statues, yeah. Like, did we use the boy statue for the pawns? Is that what it was?
Boys or girls, I believe. It doesn't matter.
Maybe it's boys and girls, right? Like, you could do it that way.
That's true.
Boys for one team, girls for the other, or match them all up.
Okay, so that's a good question. Should we do... what do you guys think? A boy, girl, or have a whole row of boys on this side and a whole row of girls on this side?
Wait, was that a question?
Yeah, for everybody.
Okay, yeah.
Man, we're getting a lot of whole row of boy and a whole row of girls.
Okay, so one team is the boy team and one team is the girl team.
Okay. Men versus women. So then...
see, I was thinking through it, and the only one I really had trouble with trying to think of what it should be is, and I think this was our issue before too, was the rook.
What did we do?
I don't recall what our solution was. But all the other ones seem to have like one that makes sense. Like the knight, for example, obviously should be the horse statue.
Yeah.
I was thinking for the bishop, we should use the demon or soul demon or whatever it is, the demon statue.
Okay, yeah.
For the king, we would use the troll. And now I can't remember what it was for the queen.
So what's cool is that yeah, you can use marble. Can you make slate?
No.
Statues?
Cannot
No.
make slate.
So
No,
what's
no.
really cool is that you can dye those statues any color that you want. So what we did on our original place is that we just dyed black all of the statues.
Yeah, but marble
And it's
you
still
can
up
make,
actually on the old server. If you go to Linton on Xanadu,
Go to Linton,
you can see our
yeah.
chessboards there.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what we should do, because I don't really remember what we did.
Just go back and look.
Yeah. What do you guys think?
I don't remember what
Let's
we
go
did
to
for the
Linton.
rook.
Wait, I don't have any characters at Linton. Do I?
Where is my character?
I don't.
I think. Well, Linton is not that far from the Factional Fight village.
I thought it is far from the Factional Fight village.
10-minute ride.
All right. Why
As
don't
long
I
as
just
our
create a new
horses are alive.
character?
Okay, yes, we could do that.
And then I can kind of see what we did. Like, did we just do like a spirit castle? Like Deathwind's saying?
I don't think we did a spirit castle. Spirit castles are kind of a little bit small in comparison to the others.
And then we go there and then we find out that we
did.
we did. All right, let's take a look. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to just create a new character. Which character should I create? What should the name be? Doesn't really matter, does it?
Nope. You can call him Checking Linton.
No. And I guess the easier way is to just create the character on the Steam client. Yeah,
Is that
I'm
right?
just going to
I
use
guess 'cause
a
it's easier
throwaway
to
name.
Create it. Yeah.
I like that. Seren. Lenton.
Lenten.
All right, for the ones that we want. So should the girls be marble
Okay.
or should the boys be marble?
Honestly, to me, it doesn't matter at all.
All right, here's how we're going to solve this. I'm going to create a poll.
Girls lose their marbles all the time. No
All right.
genders. Right.
Here's how we're doing it. You should see a poll on the stream chat right now, and you can vote right now for the next 5 minutes on which one you want to see to be marble, and based on that, I will create them. So vote now, and we'll see how it goes. And while we wait for that, in 5 minutes, I'm going to log into this new character, Lenton.
And of course, I don't know how I didn't remember this, but it's the nymph that was the queen.
It was the nymph that was the queen. Oh, and I forgot to turn off the music. Great. Okay, so we don't want that. We definitely don't want that. One thing that's weird is that this music has stopped. Huh.
Could it be the dog? I don't think so. What did we use as the rook? I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Yep, let me open this back one more time.
They don't need to be white and black. Idle. But I think we're going to just stick with the traditional white and black. Well, I'm sure it's in a YouTube video somewhere. It would probably be
It
harder
would
to
probably
find it
be a
that
lot
way, though.
faster to. I'm sure we have a YouTube video, yeah.
I think this is the fastest way. Create a new character, start them at Linton. Oh, you're going to have to go through the tutorial. I guess you could just run through.
Yeah, it's fine. Who wants to see me run through the tutorial?
Now, does the tutorial make you do stuff, or can you just run right through to the end?
You can just run right through to the end.
Okay.
I don't even think you can get skill on the tutorial anymore.
Oh, yeah, they stopped that.
Wonder if I can just create a new video or game capture.
Huh. Pillars or unfinished pillars? That is an interesting idea.
Let's see what I can do here.
Brooks.
Okay. Is it not working?
Is what not working?
Okay, there we go.
Exactly.
So here's the tutorial.
Okay.
Got my new character. Well, let's see, we got 7 people in the tutorial area.
Interesting.
So this is, everybody remembers at least going through this once. Digging area, tree area. This tree area looks a lot bigger than it was before, didn't it? I feel like that's been changed.
I know right after the beginning they had to do some changes.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. They look
Something
like
about a hole
twins.
sucking people
That's
in.
crazy. Some of them do look pretty lost. Wait a second. Is there no fighting area anymore?
You never used. There was never a point where it told you like to go and fight. It was just telling you how to fight, and it was just all set up with these practice dolls and stuff. But did they get rid of that room with the practice dolls and the
Yeah, well, the room's there, but
crystal balls?
but the
Are the
practice
crystal
dolls
balls
are
gone?
not.
What about the crystal balls?
Okay. Oh, I didn't see them.
Hmm.
Huh. Okay. So let's go to the Southern Isles, Xanadu, and we're going to Linton. What just happened there? Okay, Linton.
It was
yes.
the poll ended and girls won. So girls should be marble.
Girls won. Okay, so I'll do that after this. So Linton, for people that don't remember or don't know, is the this is the starter town that me and Adam created. So all of this stuff we created from scratch. And you did most of that project, Adam, as far as the designing goes. And what we did is we worked with the developers to make it so a lot of these crops never die. These animals are not real animals, so they'll never die. So that you can always sort of see what it would look like to have a farm like this, and you can see that the farm is indoors, and this is something that you can do in the game. Anyway, lots of cool stuff that you can see, a lot of cool buildings. But here is the chessboard, and guess what we used? The spirit
Mailbox?
castles.
Spirit castles,
The mailbox. And one side was all girls. This was before we could make... You were right, Deathwind. This was before we could make marble statues, or else this side would have been marble. We actually created this, and with the old lighting system, they looked white. And then when the new, or I should say engine came in, now white looks like this. Like if you actually examine them, they're exactly should be white. They've got the white colors, but white looks like nothing anymore.
Sucks. They need to fix the dye, the way that dyes work.
That was our old. That was our old system. There was no such thing as slate slabs. It looks like we used slate bricks.
Okay.
They nerfed dyes, so they didn't quite nerf dyes, and this all they did was changed the. It was a side effect to the new engine that they used.
Yeah.
And then I created this little area where you would be able to sit and watch as the games took place. Oh, somebody in local. Torg.
Very likely it is something that they know needs to be worked on, the coloring. It's just a matter of, spending the resources.
Yep. And it looks like, wow, that's exactly what I did last time, was black guys and white for the girls. So let's switch
Serene
back
and Blue
over.
Cortina are both saying they remember Linton when it was a deed token set in a hole. And that's exactly what it was. It was like a massive crater. And the first thing that I did when I got there is I got Enki to fill in the crater. So he just went in with his GM and I said, just make everything this height, and he just went and made everything that height. Because yeah, it was literally a crater, like a massive, massive crater.
All right, let's set this up so that
I mean, that was a fun project simply because we had to build everything using our regular characters, but we got a lot of stuff just spawned in by Retro or Enki. Mostly Retro. He spent a lot of time. We would say, like, we need 20 tables and, chairs and lights and this type. We just made a massive list, and he just went, okay, here you go. And he just plopped it all down. So that was kind of fun.
it was nice to be able to decorate an entire area
Yeah.
without feeling the need to worry about how it will be utilized.
And Serotonin, this is only for the starter village. So, yeah. I mean, even on the new servers, that's how the starter villages were created as well.
Yeah, we helped build a starter town. You
Yeah,
can't
this is a
utilize
starter
it.
town.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not our deed. We don't even have permissions for it anymore. It's part of the world now. Yeah, they might even
got
still be
one.
having another one of these things. But what they did was they'd have a contest, right? So everybody has to submit what their designs for a starter village. So you submit your designs, and they pick or vote or somehow pick the best design, and that person then gets to be the person who gets to build it with the GM help. There's still a couple starter towns on the old servers that aren't done up, I think. I could be wrong.
Might be a bit late, but
Might be a bit late. I wonder if they'll ever do something like that for the new servers. I mean, the starter towns look nice as it is. They're already done up. Like back in the day, starter towns were nothing. They were literally a deed token with nothing.
that's true.
Yeah.
We might
and
need
even
more
Overture
marble.
has- for the statues? Whoa.
Let's see. So 2, 4, 6, one more
Right.
of this one. Then I need 2. Yeah, we're out.
Do you remember when when we were calculating it, we didn't include the
The statues.
statues in the calculation?
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So 1 horse, 2 horses. Then what else do we need? The troll would be the king.
Yes, the troll would be
we're
the king.
out. We are out.
In my cart, I have the stone, so you can make the stone statues if you want. We'll have to go mine some more marble.
The nymph, and do I even have enough for anything else? I do not.
Encore,
I
is
do
that the
not.
cadence? Oh yeah, that's the southern cadence down here. Yeah, we haven't seen the southern. Did you go see the southern cadence town, or was that the northern one?
We went to the northern one.
I see. I mean, I saw it on your stream, on the stream that you did
Yes.
cats.
Yeah, we went to the northern one. That was a nice starter town.
Hmm.
So what do we got here? So stone shards.
Yeah, Serene also, and I think somebody else suggested the same thing, using the unfinished pillars for the rook.
Ah,
But I think that I don't know. It's hard to say
that'd be nice. Yeah, I'd give it a shot.
because the unfinished pillars have like the brick sitting next to it. I think the spirit castle might not be all that bad. Like, how tall is the spirit castle in comparison to the boy and girl statues?
What do you mean?
Like, how tall is the spirit castle?
It's shorter. I mean, no,
Than
maybe
the
it's
boy
just
and
as
girl?
tall. Just
Because
as
like
tall.
rooks are kind of short too, right? Like rooks are kind of about the height of a pawn. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah. It could work. It's just really skinny. That's really all.
It's skinny, yeah.
One. We got a few more to go. I mean, 8 in total. But in saying all that, so there was sort of a couple more things that I wanted to touch upon while I made this.
Okay.
Although I'm not sure exactly how much of it I want to show off. So there was something, and I'm not really sure how to transition into this at all, but so forget about the transition.
Make it a jagged
Before-
transition.
Before the game came out on Steam, they were hyping
Okay.
up the new UI for many, many months. In total, it was almost like, who knows, 10 months?
Mm.
More than that? 10 months, I think, approximately.
I don't know if it's
11
that long,
months?
but
10
they
months.
definitely announced it something like November.
September to October, something like that was the announcement.
Oc-
Does
yeah,
anybody
maybe
remember?
October.
They announced September, October. That's when the announcement came out, where they're shifting over to create a Steam client.
It came
Yeah.
at the same time as we found out that Wurm was getting sold to another company, Game Chess Group,
Yeah.
or whatever it's called.
Right. And then so they made that announcement, and they announced, I mean, I guess you could say that was their big roadmap for the year, which was where we're going to improve the game. We're going to make a new UI. We're going to polish up the game and then release it on Steam. And so, of course, that happened. But during that time, we were seeing sort of the slow development. It wasn't until very, very late in the game where we actually got to see some of the UI, sometime in like June or July or something, like really late. And so we had looked at it, and there was parts of it that we thought, okay, that's good, and then parts of it where we thought that was not good. And I had taken what I thought back in the October, November area. There was supposed to be a shift from UI to UX. They did some of it. You're right, Wolfmare. They did do some of it. I mean, that was the whole point of the being able to drag items from within the game world, being able to
Place
have
them.
the default key, the default action item,
Default
like
key,
that
yeah.
sort of thing. And then they did all that, which is great. And I had a picture in my mind. Okay, this is sort of what I think that they're gonna do for the UI, and it didn't really happen that way. And I'm talking about a little bit about the functionality of the UI and the way that it's gonna look. So I took what they gave us, and I tried to craft something a little bit, like tried to create my concept, and I didn't really do all of it, but I did some of it. And I wanted to show you guys a little bit about it. I wasn't really sure what I was going to do with this concept, other than just being able to show you guys what I did. Oh, I'm like standing way too far behind. There we go. Except how many of these do I have? And did I just create... No! Willow! No. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, oh, one more.
And don't count Willow.
Not. So, okay, let me do this. So, here's my concept. It's very, very simple and basic. So, if you guys are just listening to our stream and you want to see my concept, you might want to come back here and take a look. So, here's Photoshop. I don't know how to get rid of this. Okay. And so here's my concept for... No, I really needed that, didn't I? So here's the inventory. So let's take a look. So the inventory is essentially the same inventory that we have, the same window. What I changed was I really felt that, if we go back into the game, that they double bordered us when they created this new system. So if you look at the game and the way that the inventory or any of the windows look, they created a border and then they created a second border.
Right.
And that's not what we had before. And I wasn't sure why they did that, other than the fact that that second border changes color. The first border does not. And not sure why they decided to do that way. So you can have the light colors, and you can see that the light second border changes color. That first border just doesn't. And so they kind of doubled it up. And it's why everything looks a little thicker than it used to, if you remember what the old UI looked like, because everything is a little thicker than it was. So in my concept,
it's such a small little thing, but the small little thing adds.
You muted yourself or something, Adam. So, or he can't hear us. So let's go back while Adam can't hear us. And I don't know if you guys want to just put in the chat that we can't hear him, because I don't think he realizes that we can't hear him anymore. That's weird, right? Maybe he'll read your guys' chat. You know what? It's not that he's muted, is it? Because he can't even hear me. So let me take a look. Let me take a look here. What did he do? Oh, that's a little weird. Yeah, you're muted, Adam. All right, so while Adam figures out that side of things, let me take a look. So, oh, did I close that? Okay. Yeah, maybe a cable got unplugged, but at the same time, he should be able to still hear me through Discord. We can't hear you. Or is it my fault? Pent, babyface Adam is terrifying. So I'll get through this. Actually, maybe I shouldn't get through this. This is very strange. You can see the baby face confusion on his, like, what, why? You're looking at his he's looking at his Discord, I'm assuming. Did I mute him on Discord? That's a possibility. Give me 1 second. Okay, over here. Okay, so he's not muted, and everything here looks good. That's right. This is his Adam on vacation effect. Oh, he's going. Hold on. That's better. It's weird that we can't hear him at all. Say something, Adam. Do you want to say something, Adam? Yeah, let's do it. That's right. So, something about his setup, so everybody knows. He's using headphones, so we're using Discord to talk. These headphones should be able to hear me through Discord. But because he can't hear me, there's something wrong.
Testing.
Oh, there he is. We can hear you. Everybody say you can hear you. He still can't hear me. Why can't he hear me?
Testing.
We can hear you. He can't see me. What am I doing?
Oh, you can hear me. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Why is it that I can't hear you?
So now he can hear. We can hear him, but he can't hear me.
Now I need to figure out how to hear you.
His computers. Okay, at least we established that it's not me that's the problem. So I'm gonna go to this Photoshop thing as while Adam figured out what the heck's going on. And so basically, what I did was I took out that border to make it a little cleaner. And let me just zoom in to this here. So this is 100%. And all I really did here was use the font that they were using for what I thought they were going to change all the fonts to, and made an inventory for it. I had separated, it looks exactly the same as the inventory. It just has a cleaner look because of the font that they were using for everything else, like this area and in the game. And that's really all I did. Using the same icons on the side here, using the same icons over here, using the same format, separating it in a way that just looks a little cleaner. Down here, still the new search filter bar shows us the weight and then a few other filter things here.
And I'm back. I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now? Okay, so I just finished. This was the inventory concept that I created. And then you can see here's like symbolizes a way that the grouping could work. So when you create your own group, you can have you can separate items like this. Anyway, so that's the inventory. The whole vision, before I go further about this UI, was the goals for me, or the vision for me, was let's remove as much of the UI that's blocking our screen into the game, as much as we possibly can, while not losing any of its utility. Same utility, less in our face. And so you can see that with a few things. One, the inventory is its inventory. I was trying to clean it up. The second thing I did was remove, here's a quick button concept. It's exactly the same quick buttons, except laid out in a more categorical order and pushed off to the side so that it's not in front of our face. So right, Pent. Like, the categories are essentially look exactly like storage containers. So this would make it look a lot cleaner. You could even do something where you could have different icons at the top. They kind of do it down here, where you can filter by different things like armor or tools or something. They could even have more icons or make the icons look better. And so you can filter by more things, so you can organize your inventory even better. Yeah, typical. I thought that the vision of their UI was to remove the need for the UI, for more UI, and so to put our vision back into the game world. And so that's what this concept. Like, this is a very simple concept. I just basically categorized it by things that you can toggle, things that like containers, and then more like menu icons, and then tried to push it to the side enough that it didn't take up an entire space on our screen. I would assume that this would look a lot cleaner if they did it, and it could like pop out to the side or something, or however else you want to make it look less intrusive. The last thing I did here was basically made the chat basically not in front of your face. It's not a box. It's using the font again that they already implemented into some of the UI. The font is a lot cleaner and nicer. It's more like a font that you would read in a book. So that's what I thought that they were trying to do. And then made it so you can see, of course, this is like the text that just came in. These are the texts that came in before, so that they're a little faded out. Eventually it'll fade out. When you mouse over it, however, the chat box, then, you know, the box comes up. So you mouse over it, there's the box, and then you can just use it in the same way that you would use it before. And then there would be a timeout, so that once you mouse away from the box, it fades away, and all you're left with is that after 10 seconds or something. And so you can continue seeing the text, but you don't have the box in the way of the game. And the last thing that I did here, I didn't actually finish everything, but the last thing that I did was just simply standardize the tool belt a little. I saw a post on the forums where someone said, I don't know if you can see what I did, Adam. You can't even see my screen.
I can't see anything that you're showing. So,
you can't see my screen at all.
But
can anybody notice what I did? So the tool belt looks very similar, very, very much the same. But what I did was I took this part of the tool belt and made it more of the same size as the rest of the tool belt. So if you look at the tool belt that you're using now in the game, you find that the belt part is really large. So if I go back into the game, the buckle. So let's turn this off. So there's my buckle, and you can see that that this is actually much a larger part of like over. So what happens is that people trying to really make themselves more square, trying to place everything together in some sort of Tetris style UI. The buckle just doesn't fit because it is much larger than the rest of the tool belt. So that's all I did with my concept there, was just to make it just fit but still have a buckle. Well, what I actually wanted to do here though was have a way, and I never really got to it, but to really have a way where... Oh, is there a lot of lag on my voice? That's interesting. And new.
I can understand if I'm having lag because I'm having problems, but I think I might just switch to a lower setting on the game, but that shouldn't...
If I am having a problem... Okay, so let me just double check something. So we have 0 dropped frames according to this.
Okay.
Okay, so let me just try to finish this off before we move on here. What I really wanted to do... Oh, and there goes Adam. Oh, he turned off his game. So what I really wanted to do was make it so the activated item gets a visual representation. Because right now, in the game, a lot of the issues that people have when they start the game is not understanding the activation mechanic. So something on the screen, something on this screen needs to indicate that you have something activated. And I thought maybe the tool belt could be that representation. Maybe something on the tool belt somewhere could be the activated item and could change depending on whether you have something activated or not. And then that could determine to the player whether there was something activated. Anyway, let me close
People
that.
are saying it's still
I feel
more
like
of
it's
a slideshow. Is it? Do you think it's because you have PowerPoint open?
yeah.
It's pushing
I'm not
the
sure
system.
how. Oh my
I mean,
God! Why am I a statue of a boy?
And I am a statue of a girl.
How about now, guys? Is the So one thing that I do need to know is typical. They need a way to figure out how to tell what is activated. Once you have a tool belt, everything's fine. Like whatever
Right.
is in the tool belt you can see is activated. They can make it so you can only activate things on the tool belt. That would be terrible, though. That's interesting that it's choppy. That is interesting that it's choppy.
Right, like when you're playing the game, do you experience it being choppy or no? Like how many frames is Wurm getting right now?
No, I'm fine. It's maybe the way that I'm even the way that I'm showing it on the screen. Let me just double check here. Still not choppy. That's weird. And I can understand Cat's your thing. The reason why they wouldn't use a serif font is that you can fit more with a font that's more like sans serif, but so Adam's cam is currently broken. Yes, because he hasn't shared his screen properly yet.
I'm sorry. I know. Yes.
Unfortunately, it's just the way that we're doing it. There you go.
Yeah. And now I have lower graphics. I put it to the
But
low setting just so that
is the game choppy when I'm moving around here?
Like, is the video choppy still? I think this is something that people don't put, like, we won't experience this ever if we're playing the game. We only experience this when we're streaming, right? Because the moment we go to stream, we're running at least triple what we would normally run if we're just playing.
It's actually not my computer problem. It's I think it's an OBS issue, to be honest.
Oh.
I believe it's an OBS issue. Let me just double check.
Apparently the video's done. The video's frozen now, apparently.
But everybody, you guys can hear us.
That's interesting.
Huh. Okay. So here's what I'll do, because the way that I run OBS is a little different than the way everybody else runs OBS. I'm going to restart one thing. The thing that I'm going to restart is going to make, you're not going to be able to hear us. You're not going to be able to see us. But when we come back, the screen will go black for you for maybe 10 seconds, and then we'll come back and then let us know whether it's working or not. It's definitely not a networking issue. So give us 10 seconds. Here we go.
Okay.
Okay, so you should be able to see us and hear us. Now the question is, did it do anything? Because that was step one of this whole troubleshooting experiment. So it's just loading in now. So if anybody can hear us or see us within our stream, let us know.
Doesn't seem like it.
maybe takes a little while. Let me just double check.
Are you streaming? Like, is it broadcasting? Oh, it says we didn't go away. Wolfmare says we didn't go away. Stream is frozen, cam's frozen, voice is fine.
Okay. So then in that case, it wasn't this side of OBS. It was the other side of OBS. And to fix
Oh,
that, I would
know what
have
you're
to
talking
stop
about.
the stream, I think. Are we okay to stop the stream? And yeah, we would have to restart the stream.
Yeah, okay, let's do that.
Because on our end, it actually looks fine. Like
Right.
my OBS looks like you guys are seeing everything. I've got no dropped frames, and I've got no CPU or FPS issues.
Okay.
All right, give us another 10 seconds. Here we go.